And
spaghetti.
yeah. All right, welcome to the stream or the VOD. I I see you there, VODlurk, with my time traveling powers. Let's see, is it gonna work? Probably. Or place your bets now. Is it gonna be black screen or or zoomed all the way into the corner?
It looks pretty black screen to me. Oh, it works.
There we go.
There we go.
Okay.
Man, Amazon could not have hired worse people to do the Rings of Power. Apparently, a bunch of them just had meltdowns. There's like article after article. It's just like, how dare critics be upset?
Yeah, fucking hang them all. How dare they be upset? It's like, of course people are going to be upset when you're purposely ruining an IP.
Yeah.
Like, there's no pretending otherwise. It's like, why else would you do that? Like, it just...
We want it to match our ideal universe.
Like, yeah, like Lovecraft Country was done with good intentions. It's like...
Yeah. I mean, it's kind of fitting in line with what we talked about last time we did the Witcher 2 stream. It's like, it's so brutal to do medieval fantasy based on European culture and based on your culture especially, because then it's like personal, and then have some other person just come in and completely pervert it.
Carrying too much weight. I wanted the loot.
God damn it. These articles.
What is it?
It's just, it's so silly. It always feels like parody just because of how, like, predictable and silly it is. Predictably. So Jason Momoa says Aquaman and the Lost Kingdom will tackle climate change. It's amazing to be able to help bring awareness of what's happening to our planet. As if no one is aware of fucking climate change. We have to hear about it, like, from everyone. Every year. Even in anime, goddammit.
Here we go. So where should I art this over to? I guess over here.
I'm done with articles. So, stealth mission? Doop-a-doop-a-doo. Oh, that was good line delivery right there. Have you come to kill me?
Since I'm here, perhaps I should think about it. You wouldn't dare. I'm here for your blood.
You sneak in here like a villain and you want my blood. Fight me and try to spin it.
Calm down, Your Highness. I need only a drop.
Who are you?
Someone who has a sword to your throat.
My name is not important.
Why do you like
That saga doesn't concern you. My hand is enough, so I could end up with excess of your blood.
If you kill me, you won't leave the camp alive.
Listen, Your Highness. Give me your blood voluntarily, or I'll open your veins myself. I prefer the first choice. It would work out better for both of us. If I spill your blood myself, I'll have to break through the entire camp again. Who knows? Maybe your soldiers will get lucky and kill me.
I sincerely hope so, Sentinel.
But then the race mist will hang on the border until your knights become weary of warring.
What are you talking about? You know how to open the way for my army.
Yes, but I can't do it dead.
cast the mist.
Did you see that? The sword he just put it on his back and then it just falls. And his back.
Nice belt, nerd.
It feels very realistic that they'd have something that gaudy.
You're right.
Tell me though, how did you pass the mist? Then I need an army of plowing witches.
I'll plow you. Oh. Whee! Completed the quest. Whee!
Well, new phase. Ba, 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 ba. So, another quest phase completed.
So what do you need the blood for?
I'll just hang out.
Hang out with the bitches and
I'll
hoes?
hang out with the bitches. And meditate. For, just 11 hours.
As a normal person would do.
Yeah.
Nice beds.
Uh,
Like
yeah.
droopy and red.
Oh, yeah. Some nice, as they say in the
Nice
business,
beds.
some nice fuck huts.
Yeah. That's perfect.
I went to like a, I don't know, what do you call it, a convention one time, and they had this stuff like all set up, not like with the wood parts, but just like a bunch of fuck huts and like mats and stuff in this one room that they were gonna have a rave in, and I was like, I think I'm in the wrong place. But anyway, merchant, you turned off your brazier, bitch. Okay, wait, are you not a merchant? Is the dog a merchant? Why is there a merchant thing here? To kill someone. Fuck.
Ah! Fire!
Don't mind me. Okay. Put the sword away.
Hey, what's it?
I'm calm. I just stepped in the fire. Okay. Are you a merchant? Can I not use these merchants because I'm not on this side? You're fishing? Ah, Blue Stripes camp. Remember that tent?
Leave me alone.
Cool. Okay.
Hello.
Okay. So I guess there's nothing to do over here.
Yeah, hell, I know.
Hmm.
Nice walk into the mountain.
It's loading. Maybe it's loading something good for us. A shack. Oh.
Chicken fire.
I'm gonna drink some potions. Make some potions, drink some potions, drink some potions. What do we got the most of? Maribor Forest? Oh, that kind of sucks. Yeah, it's terrible. Let's make some potions. Actually, let me level up. Effects of all potions taken plus 35%. I guess that's good. Rather than the extra bazillion ingredient
You're
thing.
so jiggly. Thick.
Thick and jiggly.
Level ups.
Yeah.
Alright.
Yeah, it's got extra good potions. So some alchemy. Let's see. What's Falca's blood? Is that like a oil? Yeah, it's an oil. Virga. Oh, resistance to poisoning? Oh, this actually seems really good. Okay, let's make some of this. And what's Tawny Owl? Ah, that's the good stuff. Ah, god damn it. Uses rare ingredients. Need to find something with rebus. Probably have some, like, tucked away somewhere. Arcane Sun is a bomb, yeah. Petru's filter. Damage bonus on signs? Alright, let's do it. Let's drink some stuff. Yeah, do one of those. And, yeah, it's good enough. Oh, no, there's, I could do, no, not that one. What's the, what is it, Virga? Oh, no, I don't need that. That's fine. Just figure I should use some potions. Because, like, previous playthroughs, I, like, never used potions unless it was, like, the K-Rin. Like a big boss fight I know is about to happen. Oh, from making the potions? Oh man, I really need to throw some daggers. God, so much weight in daggers. And there's no merchants that will talk to me.
All giving you the cold shoulder. Or maybe they're just playing hard to get. Ooh, woo.
Yeah. Yeah. I guess. God, that's so much weight. There's so much money for weight. Okay. Let me see if I can before I go pick up more stuff. Just waste my potion. Shtuboom. Is this way? Maybe? This is... That's going back into the mist. So this is mist. And then... Yeah. So I think there's nothing to do on this side of the mist. For the most part. And I guess Henselt has that cut on his like head from me winning the fight as Stennis.
The elder and the recruiter are coming for you.
But yeah, like this guy should be a merchant. But they're not accessible.
I don't know.
And I guess there's not really anything to find on the other side of the mist. Maybe?
What do you have to do next?
I'm supposed to just go this way. And this is where merchants are.
It's all misty.
Yeah. I don't
What?
I don't really know why it's a black screen. Could be because it's loading, but I also hit I for inventory. So who knows where we'll be after this black screen lifts. The darkness.
Perhaps it crashed.
Oh, you know what we didn't do?
What?
Didn't set up a camera.
So that's no biggie.
But if there was a camera, it would be like my confused face and the black screen. You know, much like my admiration for Death Mold, I admire a game that knows how to die. And this game does not know how to die. It's just like, do I wait or do I just like Alt F4? Like, I was going into a loading screen and the loading times in this game are notoriously long. I hear music.
Yeah. Although the screen should not be black.
Yeah, I think I hit I as I was going into loading screen, and so it decided to hang.
Never says dun dun dun.
Indeed. Indeed. Okay. Another game that does not know how to die. Die. Thank you. Okay. Take it from the top. Alright. Steam. Don't be bad. Now Steam is not responding. Darkness. So, while we're enshrouded in darkness... Oh, here we go.
Do you want to tell Chad a story while we're trying to get this to work?
It's not really much of a story, but it is like a nice character portrait.
Alright. Let's hear it.
There once was a man. So it was so my friend Connor was one of his friends. Met through a friend of a friend or whatever, right? So he plays in a bunch of bands now, and he did then. Takes place in high school. He met this guy through his who cares? So so he wasn't really friends with this guy. He was friends with his. I guess that is relevant. So he met him through his wife. Like they were coworkers at a haunted house. And so I met this guy. And then this older guy, kind of had long hair, but, you know, people have long hair. Nothing particularly super crazy about that. And
Continue.
so I was just thinking, like, where the save progress is. These merchants won't do business with the actual trader. So he mentioned that he was into like nerdy stuff, and he'd been into nerdy stuff for a long time. And I was like, oh, okay, cool, right? You don't meet too many adults that are like in tuned with like nerdy shit. So I was like, okay, that's neat, right? So what would you think about that, like that classic question, if you had to step into a fantasy world and you could be one of the three classic archetypes, rogue, mage, or warrior, what class would you pick? It's like a,
Right.
it gives you a good idea of like a person's kind of like taste in like RPGs and stuff, right? So like me, for example, I would say, of the three like general archetypes, I would say like mage, right? Connor would always say rogue, right? Standard. This guy, instead of picking any of the three, was like, well, I think the one that he's like, oh, I think that question like doesn't. Oh shit, I'm already over encumbered, aren't I? Made too many potions for my weightless ingredients. I think it's like I think that question, it's not very like accurate or whatever, right? And if I had to pick a class, it would be the Blade Singer.
Oh.
Because all Blade Singers are elves, and elves live forever. And every year, your dick gets a little bit longer. And I'm pretty old now. And I'm talking to high school kids. And the first thing I say to them is that my penis is longer than yours.
Right.
And that is a character portrait.
That's quite a guy.
That gives you the idea of someone's inferiority when they meet someone and then say, my penis really big. I swear.
It's so large.
It's so big you don't even know it's so... I would say, in general, meeting people and then telling them that you have big pee-pee is...
Yeah, that's not something that you say on a first date.
Yeah. It's also just... Yeah.
I know. Alright, there we are.
Finally, you're back. Where is Triss?
No guardians have taken her to Longway.
What?
They cast a spell on her and turned her into a figurine.
Artifact conversion. They must have a powerful mage.
They had.
Without him, Shilla wouldn't be able to lift a spell. However, Longway will be full of sorcerers.
That's not all. They got Triss because of Cynthia.
Cynthia.
She lied to you.
Back to Verga. At once.
Aren't I supposed to... Someone was telling me that if I had the extended edition, I could bone Cynthia. We could bone Cynthia together.
Collectively. Yes.
Collective. As a hive mind. So you guys are making my decisions for me.
That is not in your hand.
Well, it's in. It's inside your hand.
It's floating above his hand.
Oh. I thought it was clipping.
That too, I
The
suppose.
worst spell. This is like the classic I am bad spell. Just causes you problems. It's like... You can't regenerate magic while it's on, so... Now I'm like... Right at the point where I need to cast more spells. I would need to cast 2, but I don't have any...
Squawk.
You gonna zap that guy to death? Come on, zap him.
Get the big zaps. Big zaps.
Okay.
No. Worst owl ever.
But yeah, that guy was like... He was like in his late 30s when he's saying that to like high schoolers. That is
That
not...
is super weird.
Yeah, that is not the sign of a mature adult.
Yeah. Although, I mean, I guess there are a lot of immature adults out there, so not entirely surprising.
Yeah. It's also like a very like juvenile perspective on like sex and stuff. It's like, ugh.
Ugh. Fuck you and your shitty
Because like,
field.
yeah, it's just like a very, I don't know. It's like, it's not really like a linear progression, you know? Like,
Whoa.
that means we good things. Extended edition. But yeah, it's not like a linear progression. Like, I feel like that's a very like kind of masculine way of looking at stuff is like the more of something is the better. Like my friend Ian, he is someone who would for sure want to. He's like said as much. He would want to have Broly's physique from Dragon Ball Z, right?
Sure.
Which is like as big as. But he would want to literally become a monster.
We
Like,
will turn you into a monster.
so like I asked him one time, like, would you take the T-virus? And he's like, yes. Like, it's like he's like, well, would I turn into like an actual monster with like tentacles and stuff afterwards? And I'm like, maybe. It's like they haven't modified it. I accept those risks. Yeah. It's, like,
It's worth it.
it's worth it to be like giant and jacked.
Plus, if a girl's into the tentacle porn.
But yeah, it's like you can't just like the penis thing. You can't just like show up with like a dick the size of a log and then be like, this is good, right? It's like, no, that it's like he still needs to like fit.
Yeah, right.
And that's like,
There is such a thing as too much.
yeah. Remember I was like, you know, in some like group conversation at my college, and there was this girl who was like said something about like big being better or whatever, and I was like, that is the most virgin-y shit I've ever heard. She's like short too. It was like I was like, it's like, bitch, there's like no like
There's no room in you.
there's no room. Yeah, I was like, fucking, there's no. Yeah, I was like,
Like, the guy is sure to not be pleasured if he has a big dick.
it's just like break you in half. Like, what do you mean? It's like that is, yeah, just no. Suspense. Extra suspense in this edition. Extended suspense edition.
Yeah, there you go.
I have a battering ram in my pants. Is it like from Rise, Son of Rome kind of battering ram where it's like so fucking big there's no way like 12 people could have brought it up a mountain? Through dense woods, and they brought it with them as though they were like, you know, carrying a table.
Yeah, let's play a game. Is it a steak smacking the table, or is it just your huge
Yeah.
penis?
That was really good. Giant steak or massive. While you guys are, a proper linear profession in regards to that subject would be marriage by late 20s with kids in Christian-oriented family upbringing. Since you guys are on that subject, proper linear progression in regards to that subject would be marriage in late 20s.
What are they saying?
They're talking about linear progression. Yeah, they're talking about like linear progression as like yeah.
Okay.
I like now I'm sort of lost. I don't really understand. It's like I guess so. Traditional Christian family-oriented late 20s, I guess it's good. I don't know. That was my parents. Well, works.
Mm.
But yeah, what's funny is like ancient Rome, the standard of beauty was like the opposite. So if you like look at like a statue of like Hercules or like Michelangelo's David, they have like unrealistically tiny wieners, and that's because that was what was considered attractive. And in a way, it kind of makes sense because that would be the least painful endeavor. What's the one that I have equipped? Let's see. Oh, damage bonus on science. That's kind of neat. Guess I'll hang out with that. I should keep the scoop and the ore in case I need to really fuck someone up. And as far as crafting, I've probably put away something I shouldn't have. So I need something with a rebus. Is it rebus? Or is it fulgur? Take both. Oh, you know how I can tell? Karen eyes. It is fulgur that I need. Let me put away the Karen eyes before I accidentally use these things. Fulgur. Andrega embryo. Gimme. We got necrophage. No, that's rebus. Oh no, I do need rebus. Okay, give me rebus. Okay, it's not too bad on the weight. Oh, do I have the Oathbreaker stuff? Yeah. I want the Oathbreaker armor, right? Hunter's armor. Oh, whatever. I'll go to the dude. Ah, got out just in time. What did I major in college? I majored in writing with a minor in writing. I'm sorry, I majored in English with a focus in writing, and then I got a minor in writing.
Yes.
Could have got a minor, another minor in like Jewish history, but I figured probably wouldn't help me that much. Oh wait, I don't have to talk to this guy. He doesn't have things. Yeah, I had like one professor. I had like three, maybe four professors that were cool. But like looking back, one of the three was like really simped hard for the Taliban. And like, you know, the more you look back, you're like, maybe actually everybody was just lesser degrees of like shitty. But I had one professor who was like, God, he was really entertaining. He was cool. He was the Jewish history professor, and he was like, they literally cannot fire me because no one else would work at the school, and they are legally required to have a rabbi working at the school because of an endowment that they receive. So they cannot fire him. They have to either have him on sabbatical or have him working. So.
Right. Well, it's good to be in his position.
Yeah, but yeah, he was like funny. He would like the school was fairly, I would say, like, I don't know. I guess he would know better than me. Oh right, I can't make the armor because it requires drug pieces. Okay, never mind. Let me put all my crafting ingredients away until I beat the mean old boss man. I don't know. According to him, the school was like anti-Semitic, but I think it was just that they didn't care. They tried to get rid of the Jewish history program. But, you know. It was a liberal arts school, so, you know.
Yeah, you guys know how it is.
Jews being white and stuff didn't help. They had a speaker come to the school who, like, his official position on the Holocaust was that he wished it had happened. So, very cool. Was a Muslim guy, so, which is why it wasn't a problem.
Yikes.
But, you know how it is. Yeah, it's like, welcome to liberal arts, everybody.
Yeah. Did I ever tell you about high school reading? We were reading The Breadwinner.
I don't know.
And we like stopped like 3 chapters in because I guess the school board voted that it was inappropriate due to like the anti-Muslim energy it had because it was like, you know, about the Taliban and how like,
Oh god,
yeah,
simping for the Taliban, I guess.
basically. It's about like a girl who's like got to be the breadwinner for the household because they don't have any like men to bring home income for them, so she has to pretend to be a man. You know.
Right.
It's like a Mulan story, but with Taliban.
Right. Yeah, I hope that professor got set up pretty well because he was like saying, I'm not leaving this school unless they give me that entire endowment like in my fucking pocket, and I think they probably gave it to him.
Just to get him out.
He would do stuff to piss people off, like on purpose. The first thing he'd tell you in the beginning of any of his classes was he'd write on the board how to report him for being inappropriate, and he was like, "Listen, don't bother with the dean. Like, don't even bother with it." Or it was like, "Don't bother talking to this person. You want to talk right to the dean. Their office is over here, and you can just." Walk in and the keywords you want to say are like this and this, so that it'll be elevated as a concern.
It's better if you're like
Yeah.
a woman or of color. Maybe
Yeah.
if you're disabled,
it's just
cry a little bit, you know.
But yeah,
Yeah,
he would.
So he just wanted the money to.
He would
to
antagonize people. Yeah, but like
Yeah.
there's, you'd have to find a rabbi that like. I guess I don't know. You'd have to kind of. Yeah, I kind of believe him when he was saying like no one else would do it. But. Meh. But you could get a degree if you wanted a really easy degree in Jewish history. They didn't have a Hebrew class, so you didn't have to learn Hebrew to get a major in Jewish history.
Wow.
Yeah, however, it would take you forever because there's one professor, so you'd have to keep on taking classes. Like, he only offers so many classes per semester, you'd have to take all of them.
Right.
I got live chat. So the classes were all paid for by the endowment. So some rich Jewish lady at one point put an endowment to the school as long as they had a rabbi as a professor for the Jewish history. What inspired me to be a major in English? I wanted to be an author.
Well, you still do.
Yeah. Also, if you're curious what was attractive in ancient Rome, they put it in their statues. You can always just like look at the statues and see what was attractive. The miniaturized like genitals thing, I think. Yeah, I don't really think like I think dudes really like big dicks, especially like
Especially if they're gay.
especially gay dudes. But like I don't think that is really a thing that girls are necessarily a fan of.
Well, I think the thing is, throughout history, girls who were like kind of slutty wanted big dicks because they need something to stimulate them more.
Yeah. So like the more, yeah. So like yeah, the whatever you call it gets like bigger or whatever, and then you. Oh, it's like the. It's kind of gross, but yeah. There's a progression of implements that leads to that, but yeah, I think.
Cherish this rare moment, Walter. Philippa Eilhart's been had by a cheap little guardian bitch. When I find her, we'll contact her, never before. She'll regret her mother didn't abort her.
The rose of romance is gone.
Not necessary. That fight simply in a hurry left her bric-a-brac. Yes, it is. Treads Meryl's rose of remembrance. Time is running out, Geralt. This flower is dying.
Then what are we waiting for?
Waiting for me to level up again. What did that say? The negotiator? Is that a weapon? You just handed me this? Why the fuck do you have this? It's the ugliest looking like sword I've ever seen. The handle looks so disproportionate to the blade. What? Why does it look so pretty there and then it looks so ugly in the... How do I draw it? Oh, it actually looks kind of pretty. The
Complete
pommel...
180.
No, but look at what it looks like in like the thumbnail. It looks like all like
I see.
dented and
Yeah,
shitty.
it looks different.
And the
for sure.
pommel is actually a different shape. That's like a hourglass pommel. But yeah, for sure, I think it's really really funny. If you ever meet like masculine gay dudes, like there's this, I don't remember what they're called, but there's a certain kind of term for like
Bears?
no, because that's different. Because the bears and cubs and whatever, that whole thing is like kind of more feminine. But there's a particular type of gay dude who typically hates women, right? All they do is like work out and just like fuck dudes, right? And so they want to become like massive monsters. If they could become a minotaur, they would. They're just like
They
Ian.
would take the T-virus.
Yeah, they're just like Ian. They would become they want to be Broly and they
Tentacle
want to
born.
just like they want to be able to like break windows with their fucking. Like they just they just yeah.
Yeah.
And like
Can't date women because they're not manly enough.
you
for
hear
them.
you hear the most like misogynistic shit out of those kind of guys where it's like or they'll insult like if they see a guy who is with a girl that is not that attractive they will like insult the guy for like being stupid because he's not gay is the thing
Oh
I
my
hear
God.
I would hear all the time walking around with people like that to be like it's like oh that like fat pig like it's like you know like a skinny guy with
I
like
would
a
treat you better.
it's like yeah like they'll see like a skinny guy I heard I heard that kind of thing a lot where it's like just where someone's like dumb for being straight or something because bad taste or something. Yeah so anyway but those people are pretty funny I'm always greatly entertained by that. There's like I remember this guy was like mad that this guy wouldn't date him because he was like straight and I was like well he's you know when you don't like dick dude like what are you gonna do and he's like oh but then they'll go and date like some like fat whore and it's like oh
Whoa.
all right let's all calm down.
Okay then.
It's like all right man.
At least she has a vagina. So.
I was like you know people can't like choose to be straight and then they're like whatever you know? It's like, people can't choose to be gay and they're like yeah whatever you know, it's just like
I mean, there are people out there who want to like manipulate everyone into being bi because they view that as being true equality.
yeah you got to get extra points. So if you're gay at a liberal arts school you're not gay, you're bi, but you're not bi because that's being a bigot. If you say you're bi if you say you're bi you're definitely you're in trouble, right? Because then you're saying that there's only two genders. So you have to be pan. You're always pan. You're never just buy, right? So you have to also, while you're at it, acknowledge that there's like a gazillion. Oh, that's interesting. Yeah, you have to also be. Oh, this is an extra Igni range. I don't know what I want next. I'm just not gonna pick any skills. Yeah. So you always want to grab when you're specking when you're going to liberal arts school and you're picking your skill points. Free pick doesn't cost any trait points. Is demisexual, as I've said before. Always a free pick. If you're gay, don't stop there. Definitely don't stop there. Pan, definitely go pan, right? Pan, but then you prefer men.
Yeah. He's pan,
What are the other
she's pot. They both bang
always,
on New Year's.
always depressed.
Always depressed.
Depressed is the free square. You always have mental health problems.
Yes.
Extra points if you're really vague about it. If you look up different diagnoses for like just random like forms of depression, that'll wow the crowds. Really get extra points.
Yes. Always say you have anxiety and you need like nap time.
Honestly, I understand it though. Like as funny as it is, I do get it because like I remember someone was like real upset about something and I was like, yeah, man, I have depression. We all like, deal with that or whatever. And the feeling of like stress relief of like the whole room taking away some of their hatred for you for a moment, like your whole like existing as like being white and straight, they just like relieve some of it. They pull away some of the hatred because you have like a disability.
Oh, thank goodness.
Right.
He doesn't like himself.
Right. And like I can totally understand people just cracking under that pressure and just wanting it all to stop, just wanting him to stop bothering him about it and just say, yeah, I'm gay, bi, furry, everything.
Yeah, I am everything.
Who is you?
I'm attracted to 2D beauties only.
What is this? Why am I here? Oh, all right. Is anyone gonna?
Why is it interactive then?
I'm not allowed to run in this room either. I'm like stuck walking.
Like a filthy casual.
The walls have ears. What the fuck? All can? Oh. Intriguing.
Something interesting. Basket? Laundry? Kids?
Yeah, if Ian was gay, he would definitely want his boyfriend to be
muscular and with a huge cock.
not just muscular. Muscular implies that you're like in shape. He would want them to eat in excess of their normal diet by like 100,000 calories. This is Ian's dream man. He would definitely want a boyfriend. Actually,
Poor Ian. Talking about him being gay.
You know what? I actually don't know. I think he would. I take it back.
Would he want to be the super muscular monster?
The thing is, so Ian was telling me a story of like him talking to a girl.
Mm-hmm.
By the way, I love Ian. Ian's great. But he was telling me a story of talking to a girl where she was like saying she had like a shitty day or whatever, and she was like, could you just like fucking throw me through the wall? And then he was turned on and he was like, oh yes, I want a girl I can just like throw through the wall. And so, you know what? I don't know if he would want a boyfriend that was
would want to be the dominant.
bigger than him. Yeah. He is so this makes Ian sound like he's like some kind of like scary man, but
no, he's very
he is so
normal looking.
he's very mild mannered and stuff. Like it's not you wouldn't see it coming.
Nice guy.
Walls of ears. Talk to the townsfolk about magical locations. Oh, there's quest markers. Thank God. Thank God.
What are you reading now? Luigi. Yeah.
Quite sure you don't have depression and you have a prolific degree. Oh. Oh, thank you so much. That's so sweet.
What?
Sorry. It's quite sure you don't have depression. You have a prolific degree. You're incredibly intelligent, uncommon in U.S. culture, and you have a beautiful woman by your side. I look forward to your books. That is so sweet. Thank you very much.
That is very sweet.
Also, note about depression. It's like not. It's not the same thing as sadness. Cause like.
Well, you can be depressed for no reason at all.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's also not really being sad. It's just like, it's a awful absence of emotion. Like you just don't feel anything. But if you're smart, if you're clever enough, you'll figure out a reason that it's sadness. And that's really like kind of what happens is you sort of reason your way into like a magnifying glass.
Doing some detective work.
Yeah. Because when something really like sad happens, you can feel it get better, whereas like depression is just like it feels inescapable. Like it just feels like it's like a pit, but like a pit you cannot get a ladder for. A ladder this pit.
With snakes.
Do you imagine if you had like a close like guy friend at a school and you like just are so sick of like everyone hating you for being white and straight, so you just tell everybody you're just like dating your friend as like a way to just escape the hate. It's just like so people don't like hate you as much.
Right.
It's like the opposite of like a
It's
beard.
like, dude, let's just pretend that we're gay. It's the only way we'll be able to get through college. Come on. Play along.
Yeah.
That would make a pretty funny sitcom.
It's like, man, I really want to. Oh my God! Imagine that's like not an unrealistic scenario. It's like, man, I really want to date this girl, but she's like got a lot of like blue hair and stuff. So we gotta be gay together in an open polyamorous pansexual relationship, so that I can date her. It's like, all right, man, whatever.
You just described a very funny rom-com.
That's not even like honestly, that's not I mean, it is strange, but that's not an unlikely scenario.
No, I mean...
Yeah.
You know what I mean.
Man,
It's very funny.
Wait a second. You don't know about magical locations? Get the fuck... I'm getting out of here.
Fucking idiot.
Who... Up? Down? Who is this? What is this exclamation mark? Do you know about magical locations?
Dumb fucking fire.
Oh no, what? Are you buried under the hill?
What are you looking for?
I'm supposed to talk to the townsfolk about magical locations, and the marker is here, and it just reads. Just 2D reads? No? 3D reads?
That's the marker?
Are you a child? It's like a tiny babushka. Okay.
There's no, like, other elevations?
Maybe? No, the quest marker changes once I go up. So it's... Is it at a particular time of day?
That's interesting, yeah. Maybe it's at night or something.
Yeah, but that was so funny hearing Ian talk about. It's like, man, I just want to
Throw my girlfriend.
throw a wall.
Makes me feel so strong and manly.
I gotta call Ian.
I'm sure you can relate to that.
Oh, that's what I should do. After I do that one interview thing, I should call more of my friends. Yeah.
Ian?
Yeah, I should definitely have Ian tell some stories.
Yeah.
For sure. I'll protect his anonymity so he can tell ridiculous stories that are definitely not true.
Man, that'll be good stuff.
You. Tell me about magic. Well, let's play dice poker. Oh, no. Right.
Cecil, do you know anyone who fought in the war 3 years ago?
Cecil?
Cecil Burden.
Did you fight here at the... Of course. Philip claims you know a bit about the battle. The Lucian castle.
Paul King, my son, thought that I'd down here throw pumpkins to ship breaks as soon as the troops cross the river.
Why did he attack it?
According to Hansel, Upper Edom was the ancient legacy of the Kenwini crown. As we returned to the mother country. Brazen factor.
That brazen father had a point. If you read some history, you'll know that 300 years ago this land belonged to Kenway.
Lord Crown. 700 years ago, the elves reigned here. And 1,000,000 years ago, these lands were the domain of the worlds. If things weren't that way, every king could invade a neighboring land and claim his right to do so because an ancestor took a dump there.
That's a good point.
All right. Hansel wanted to conquer Upper Edom. What then?
He moved in.
I guess.
Moved out.
But, like,
That doesn't help me much.
It wasn't a
It's like if you conquered the land.
If I tried speaking of it, I'll set it all again.
Yeah.
I don't want the ghost of the fallen.
yeah, but, like, I don't know. There's
The horrible creatures called drawers.
there's plenty of situations where, like, something got conquered and then was taken back. Like, Spain.
Yeah, but, you know.
Very well.
Like,
It's not like one of those things where it's like, oh, you should give it back.
like if,
I was like, no, you have to conquer it back.
like, if
That's how
China.
it works, you know?
Right.
He sent the Dun banner and the
But, I mean, he brought an army to do that, so.
Yeah.
the mere sight of their standard. But we had a surprise of our own. Under the cover of night, you prepared fire pits. Our archers lit them up at the right moment. Still can't believe we managed to fool the scouts. If it wasn't for that ambush, we wouldn't be speaking today. It likely wouldn't be an Upper Edom at all. We decimated the Dun banner, but that was only the beginning. Selkirk was our commander. Everywhere he appeared, Kenwini's gave ground. He wreaked havoc among them. Hearts rose at the mere sight of the honor. Then Van Grift himself entered the fray. Selkirk met in the middle of the field. In the end, Van
Looks like there was a lot discussed. Not too much.
the Scythian ransom. I thought it was the end of it. Then the sky fell.
Yeah,
As
I
if the
guess.
stars themselves had decided
Talked
to
about how I have a friend who
cover the battlefield.
he's like fairly mild mannered, but
They were all sort of
he's very mild mannered actually.
But he wants to be the Hulk.
But he would enjoy being massive. So like, yeah, it's just like funny because it's like Ian, would you take the T virus? And he's like, well, are there all the side effects? It's like, do I get to become Nemesis? And it's like, yeah. And he's like, okay, yeah. It's like,
There you go.
like,
Remember anything from the fourth battle?
with all the side effects like in mind, he's like, yeah, okay. It reminds me of like the advertising difference between like the US and Russia with like supplements and stuff. Like in the US at a gym, it'll be like, you know, the supplement will be like advertised on like a sunny hill with like someone who's like moderately in shape, right? And it'll be like, it's all natural, like this ancient grain or whatever. It's like, oh, it's like, you know, perfectly natural, totally safe. And then like I was watching that like arm wrestling tournament, and they break to, or not arm wrestling, sorry, it was a slap tournament where it's just like Russians like slapping each other in the face, giving each other concussions as hard as they can. The advertisement, I couldn't understand it because it was in Russian, but like you could just see visually the difference. It's just like a guy is like strapped to, a bald guy is like jacked with like a veiny neck, and he's like screaming in a chair, and there's like doctors like injecting him with like like
Gamma
colorful
rays.
stuff, yeah, and like colorful syringes, and it's like, this is not natural, this is completely unnatural, you will become a monster, this has never been tested, so you'll be the first one to be the Hulk, like.
Yeah.
Hansel's choice troops, and not one survived. The visitors sent them to their deaths.
super tired. I didn't have any caffeine today. That might be it.
Just finished downloading ancient Roman statues. Oh, do you have like a 3D printer or something? Just like STLs or just like a book on it? Any advanced literature or high level material you would recommend reading on that? No, I don't really got much for you. Some of the information I could ask my friend about. She did this big project on like was it a project or she might have just been reading a bunch of like studies or whatever it was.
What was this study on? What?
Oh, just like Roman statues and like Roman
Oh.
culture and stuff. There was an interesting. She talked about it a bit with like the penis thing where in Pompeii there was a bunch of graffiti that was insulting different people, and the insult that there was different insults being used, but one of them was, Claudius Fabicus Tullius is like a bitch. He has a big dick, and like they were, it was like graffiti insulting like different people, but it was, maybe, yeah, definitely the opposite of what you would say now. And then I just kind of went to Italy once and saw all the statues, and with that in mind, I was like, oh, yeah, that is a trend. Ooh, I'll get that. I stole it? Oh.
Good thing too. On the other hand, contained the hatred and shouted in her sword. After the battle, they treated scavengers.
Its name is Ned Jordan.
I cannot imagine seeing the results of the Resident Evil viruses and saying you want that. What are you talking about? You get massive.
Get sick gains,
So
bro.
my friend has said on multiple occasions, and I believe him, that his ideal physique is Broly from Dragon Ball Z. And he works hard. He alleges, I have not seen him in forever. I've talked to him on the phone a bunch,
Dude.
but I
Watch
have.
you see him the next time, and
I
he
know.
is like legit
So-
jacked.
So Connor saw him. Connor like went up.
Mm-hmm.
I haven't. I should go visit him. Because like I have two friends over there. I should go visit him, and so according to Connor,
According to your sources.
according to Connor, it is true. Ian
He's getting
cannot
buff.
put his arms down at his sides now, and he is so happy.
Oh,
He is so
man.
happy. He is so proud. I was talking to him on the phone. I could hear him grinning ear to ear. He's like, "Yeah, I can't put my arms down anymore."
I'm so fucking buff.
I can't do the Ian voice. Yeah, I can't put my arms down. Yep,
You're trying so
I
hard.
can't.
Yeah. Give him
Like he wants, what that means is he wants to get his arms so muscular that they naturally don't go down to his sides, but not just that. He wants them to be so muscular it's impossible. He has so much muscle, so even if he pushes as hard as he can't touch his sides. Like he wants his arms to be that big. So yeah, so that kind.
He's gonna be a monster by the time you see him again.
If like that advertising, that Russian like advertising where there's like the guy getting injected with all sorts of stuff and they're like, oh, come to our supplements, never been tested, not safe, not natural, unnatural, you'll be the most unnatural freak of nature. Like that, he would be like, oh, that looks good, yeah. He was talking about like this guy that like trains him, or like it's like a workout buddy, but that guy's like more experienced or whatever, and he has a wife who both of them take steroids because they both want to get big, they both want to get massive.
Jacked wife, jacked life.
So they both take steroids, and they both work out so much that like they no longer are producing enough. Like she isn't producing any estrogen to like have breasts, and she's getting so
Aw.
muscular that they're like disappearing. And then neither of them, because of the steroids, have any sex drive. So they're just like a bunch of like jacked.
People that hang out together
Just
happen to be married.
and I'm like, oh my god, that's like horrible.
Yeah,
and
it sounds horrible for us, but for
then
them.
but then Ian's like, but he's really big.
Oh,
And he's like, and I'm, and I'm like, would you do that? And he's like, oh no, that's too far even for me. But if there was a safe way of doing it,
yeah, right.
so he went to an engineering school. Very smart guy. He's an engineer now. He got like a master's, or not a master's. He got his PhD very young. He got his PhD. He's a year younger than me. He has PhD the same year I graduated. I took a year off to write a book and just yeah. So, but anyway, he got his PhD around the same time. So quite smart. But the gym that he went to at the school, because it was an engineering school, the only people that used it, and there were not that very many people who used it, but they were nerds who kind of must have gotten like maybe picked on or just really like Dragon Ball Z, and they would all take like lots of steroids. So you see people with a face that doesn't really match their body, because they very rapidly become like very jacked. So like steroids don't they don't like make you, it's not like a cheat code that just makes you jacked. It means that you can work out repeatedly without consequence. So you can just like work out more than other people. So they go into the gym like every day because the steroids let them. There's no recovery time, or there's a shorter recovery time rather. Alright, let me go to the place of power Cecil Burden mentioned, which is in the mine. Got it. And one of the people in the gym would like Ian was racking weights or whatever, and he heard what was on the guy's MP3 player that he was listening to, and he was like, it is just screaming from Dragon Ball Z, because he heard, yeah, it was just screaming, but like he heard like Kakarot from like Broly or whatever. It was a compilation that this guy must have edited together of just screams from Dragon Ball Z to instead of music at the gym to motivate him.
You could have both. You could put the screaming over some metal music,
Get
and then
your-
you have ultimate power. Kakarot.
Like a remix.
Heavy metal, like.
There was some guy who wore Dragon Ball Z shirts all the time, and whenever he was like lifting really heavy, he would scream like a Dragon Ball Z character.
Yeah.
So
It's like they
and I was like
dropping the weights.
I was like
Can't even believe his own power.
and I was like, you ever think of like asking some like chemistry student to like make you like special steroids that'll make you like massive? And he's like, he thought about it seriously for a moment. He's like, no, they probably couldn't do anything.
Legally.
They couldn't do anything better. It's not legally, not safely. Yeah. Another friend of mine, his dad saw Conan and was like, yeah, I want to be that. So he wanted to, saw Conan with Arnold Schwarzenegger, the
Yeah.
movie. He's like, yeah, I'd like to change my entire biology to be like that.
It's good. Good stuff.
Yeah. He was telling me a story of like he grew up in like a kind of town where everybody has pools, and whenever they have like a pool party, his dad would like get in the pool and be like, "All right, I'm throwing kids," and he'd like pick up the kids and throw them like across the pool, because he was just like
skip them like a rock.
Yeah. He's just this massive dude.
Oh man.
And it's like there's something about that where like he told that story because I told a story about like I was worried about something or other, and then my uncle like picked me up and like raised me high to the ceiling, and I was just like, oh, okay, so it's impossible to die. It was like my conclusion in my like kid, my like child brain. It was just like, well, that's like the scariest thing that could possibly happen, right? It's like that's so high. There's nothing higher than that.
Can you take me home?
And the answer is no. That is actually the highest.
No, that is the highest you can go.
If my Uncle Jimmy picks you up over his head, that is the highest you'll ever be. And there's just something about that where it was just like, as soon as he did that for like years, I would like think back to that and be like, well, that wasn't like dangerous. So this, whatever I'm experiencing now, shouldn't scare me. Because like everybody was laughing and having a good time when he did that. And that was like crazy. It's like my dad always picked me up over his head, but my dad's like, I don't know, just always felt like safe. But my Uncle Jimmy's like kind of wild. He's like the cool uncle.
Right. Give him pocket knives to 5-year-olds.
Oh yeah, he gave my cousin was like not related. Was like oh, just don't give any swords to like my nephew, and it was like, he's 3. Why would I give him a sword? Is this a harpy nest I can blow up?
Blow up them all.
Nah, there would have to be harpies spawning for it to take him back to the nest.
Blood for the blood god.
Skulls for the skull throne. Hopefully your friend works on cardio. Powerlifters and steroids usually pay dearly as they age into their 50s. Yeah, he was telling a story about this like guy that this like Ukrainian guy that works out at his gym, and yeah, Ukrainians have like historically been the like super like jacked mercenaries of the Russian, or the just of like Russia historically. They've always been like that was kind of always their like main role on like a global scale, was mercenary work. And so kind of if you meet like a tough Slavic guy and you say like, oh, are you Russian? They'll be like, no, Ukrainian. Like, it's like my experience in life has happened like once or twice, just anecdotally. So anyway, jacked Ukrainian guy, he got a job delivering parcels for like Amazon or something. He's like, I fucking hate this job. It's killing my gains. I have to walk up the lawn to drop off this package.
Arg.
I don't understand exactly what they mean by,
Killing their gains.
yeah, I don't really get that,
I don't
but
get it.
I don't know. I'm not massive. Yet. Just gotta take the T-virus. I'm happy for Ian though. He didn't want his arms to be able to touch his sides, and now they can't. He's fixed it. He's like what do you call it? It was like, as long as you're like happy or whatever, it's like the what?
What are you doing out here this late?
Out here. We're indoors.
Dumb bitch.
About the approaching fight.
As long as the mist of races is out, there won't be a fight.
My thoughts are something else. New ribbon must lead to shadows. And the fighting will equal to men. Just awful like a feeling.
Women are no warriors.
Oh.
The men do. And as well as they do, gender doesn't determine ability.
Prove it.
You know why men
we're not gonna fight? I thought we were gonna fight. We're not gonna fuck? Damn. Okay. Back to trying to pick up this thread and cloth. Sorry, twine and cloth. Come on. Oh, the loot. Double twine? Extra exciting.
Wait.
I don't think I've ever like found that conversation before.
Most of us don't like humans. Nobody.
Just take all your stuff. That'll teach you different. You'll learn that humans aren't so bad. Once I make some sick crafted items with all this stuff, you'll see. It was all worth it. Can't get to the rest of that stuff. Torture. There must have been one person putting loot into containers and another person that did not know the loot person positioning collision. 'Cause this is torture. There's just so much loot I can't access. But yeah, I mean, being super massive obviously has like a certain level of like health effect of, you know, like walking or whatever, I guess. Like, you know, you're like super giant. It's like not good on your heart or something. But, you know, if you want to like defeat Goku, right, you gotta be fucking huge. So, and if you have a problem with doors and your problem is that you can walk through them, the only way you can solve it is by becoming massive.
Oh man.
What?
I knew it was her.
What?
This character from Classroom of the Elite.
What about it?
I remember at one point you saying that you were like impressed by the voice actress being able to like. Yeah, you already know.
Did they change voice actors?
So they recently fired her over something really dumb. She did a fan dub of a Chainsaw Man trailer, and apparently that was enough. I don't know if she has like a contract that like forbids her from doing fan dubs, but and according to her, they didn't give her any other option like deleting the dub or anything like that. They just said, you know what, get out of here.
I know people get very touchy about those things. I personally, if like, I think the abridged series is kind of like not. It's like, I don't know. I don't really feel like that's fair use. And so, but it's so successful and so they have so little ability to like stop it that like, cause it would just be a PR nightmare. I feel like it just like brews resentment for fans dubbing over stuff. So I feel like.
Well, yeah, I mean, in a lot of cases, voice actors will fan dub over stuff to like get some recognition, just to like show their range of voice and stuff. In this case, it sounds like she was just like a part of a small passion project, or maybe she just like thought it'd be cute if she showed, oh well, what if I did the voice for this character to the internet, and then she got fired.
Yeah, I
feel like that's a bit extreme.
It is, yeah. I mean, it would suffice to just tell them you can't do that.
Yeah, or to just like delete the video. Or...
So, did she already do the voice for season 2?
No. No, I'm sorry. That was like that's so crazy to hear about that specific voice actress too, because that was the one voice actress in which you like had to show me a clip of her doing this
doing
scene.
both voices. Yeah, she's
because
really.
You were really impressed.
There's a character in Classroom of the Elite who is like the classic trope of like Oh, it was like the girl in romance. What do you call them? Dating sim. The
Hmm.
that we were playing. It's like the classic homely girl, childhood friend type of character, but then is also secretly psycho. But she did both voices really well, to the point where it didn't feel like two voice actors. It didn't feel like she was like had a split personality. It felt like it was the same person, and it was just a fucking psycho. Like the voice, it was. They were close enough voices to each other. You just need to be Beerus. I think I'm more comfortable with my friend trying to defeat Goku as a jacked monster than I am him like becoming a cat or like an Anubis or something. Whatever Beerus is. Taller people on average tend to die younger, so being super buff probably didn't help you in this respect. Yeah, it's like I don't know. But again, those are averages. Like you can just kind of take care of your heart and be fine. It's like Clownfish TV talked about that.
Yeah.
Wasn't in the was probably in the contract. And there is no actual trailer for the series.
Well, there's like a teaser trailer, but it doesn't have any voice acting in it.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
And they dubbed over it.
I assume maybe.
For a bit. Is it the same company that she normally does?
I mean, it's all Crunchyroll, so. Oh my god, she did a lot of other voices.
Oh, Crunchyroll fired her?
Yeah, Crunchyroll fired her.
Well, fuck Crunchyroll anyway. I have a bunch of weight and I don't know where I got it. Oh, it's just me picking up garbage on the street? Yeah, that would make sense. Did deserve it. Alright, Philippa Eilhart.
You wanted to discuss some.
Found a magic crystal.
Found one of the ingredients for Saskia's cure.
Show me.
Hey, I'm a little bit confused.
Interesting.
What?
Like if she did the English voice or like
Why is she?
French voice.
Oh.
Because like I'm looking at this and I'm trying to find like a list of stuff because they don't specify in the article. It might have been a different voice actor. Now that I think about it, regardless, still an extreme action to take, but.
I heard they once inhabited this area. Solana would live among regular harpies. Their lair should be full of stolen dreams.
Let me see.
You have to enter the Harpy lair through the quarry. Unfortunately, the gate of the cave is locked as such a burden and won't open it. I asked him on another occasion. Stubbornly unravel. But we must not relent. Saskia speaks the light by a thread. Let me show you the desire contained in this particular dream. No place to judge.
Oh, hey guys, we're gonna see some desire in a dream.
Cecil Burns.
Oh.
In that case, I need to see the Alderman. I have a feeling he just might open the gate for me.
I think it was the French voice actress.
Oh.
I think.
Well, then that is an unfortunate.
An unfortunate but less
Yeah.
egregious.
It won't disrupt my enjoyment of the season.
Yeah.
Honestly,
They should specify in the article though, because I've.
that
I don't know the difference.
that show, honestly, that show and Grimgar. The thing I like the most about it by far is the directing above everything else. Like, that is just some really good directing of that. Like, just all the elements coming together.
Yeah. Directing is often something that gets overlooked. So.
And it's like you can never figure out who's responsible. Like, who... You know, like Grimgar just had such it was just so... The anime was so good, and then I read the source material, and it's, like, bad.
Homage.
Yeah, it's just like... And I just don't... I don't get it. Like, where does it come from? So then someone in the mix somewhere collaborating just, like, made it really good. And then it's like... You know? They made it really good, and then they're just, like, you can't tell. It's like... What's that movie about the feet and the, what do you call it? Sort of. What is it? It's not pedophilia, but it's like where it's like a younger guy and then like the older teacher or whatever, like big age gap thing, pederasty or whatever. It's always raining. It's always raining, and he likes feet, or he makes shoes.
Oh, Garden of Words.
Garden of Words. So the English translation for that movie is so good. Like, all the writing is really good, but then the Japanese versions of all the scenes, it's like different. It's just a totally different, like it
I mean, it's not totally. It's still the same story.
Yeah,
but,
yeah,
like, it's
but-
just not as concise or
but
as
like
well written.
so like his final monologue, for example, was really strong. I really liked it. But then like I watched the subbed version, and he's just saying different stuff.
You know,
It's just
the different translators. You know.
yeah. It's just I don't know.
I don't know.
Why do I still have 27 extra pounds? I don't have any armor. Oh, is it all the daggers? Yeah, it's probably all the daggers. All right, I'll chuck daggers. Next fight, I will throw daggers. Twing, twang, twang.
I'm just imagining like someone walking around with like a huge bag full of nothing but daggers, clinking and clanging. Like, I'm off to go kill beasts.
Nice.
Yes.
How much gold do I have? Oh, that's fine. In case I need to bribe someone. I had to bribe a whore on the other side of the mist, and she took all of my money. I had to play a bunch of dice poker to get it back.
Just another Wednesday.
Yeah. If only I could beat her in Gwent 100 times. Get all my money back. Where the fuckle wuckles am I going? Okay.
A question many of us ask.
Huh. It's impressive how much the version's going to be different. Kaguya stands out to me as different in the sub versus the dub, largely dependent on the narrator. Is this like closed at night, or am I in the wrong spot? I'm supposed to be in here. Maybe. Did kind of the same kind of dialogue changing for the dub of Gundam: The Origin made Garma a whiny bitch. I'd look up who Garm is. I'm gonna do that right now. I'll figure this out. Not the character from the show, but there's like, I read a book, and Garm was a wolf with maggots for. It's a wolf with maggots for teeth, but let's see. Bloodstained Guardian. Let's see. Can I get maggots in this wiki? No. Wolf. Okay, so that's why I don't know, since there's no information. Great. Garma, who made Garma a whiny, bitch, typical, arrogant, respectful kid who's the favorite. Huh. Yeah, that is... It's also, like... Back when I could tolerate Critical Role, one of the guys on Critical Role was talking about how he used to translate stuff for Funimation, and he couldn't speak Japanese. So they would give him a rough translation, and then he would use a translation program, and then he would just change all the writing to make more sense in English. And that's why when you get dubs or subs, so much of the dialogue has the same, like, I don't know what you call them, like, writing tropes to them, like, I can't think of it right now, but there's all these, it's almost like all anime and all, yeah, like all anime subs and dubs have all been written by the same person, because it essentially has, where like anytime they don't know exactly what to translate it to, they translate it to the same thing every time for every character, so everything gets just like homogenized into the same voice, and without voice actors to be so different. Dub loops have to move, always timing to say in line with what was actually said. Yeah. Also, Garm is. I don't actually think there's any real information. It's probably just Fenris or something. It's a wolf that guarded Niflheim, apparently. But I read a book in which Garm was a wolf with maggots for teeth, which is kind of a cool image, but apparently not super duper duper accurate.
I need to get a sight line of you there. Chests.
Because it just translates to like rag.
The 16
Oh.
trees. Collect them. I found one that proved too weak for our purposes. I need a stronger one. So I'm asking you nicely. Up in the damn cave.
Listen, Chuck. I want Sasuke to recover, I do. But I do not speak to Chuck.
So who's gone?
Just before we start the peasants. My grandfather locked that gate for a good reason. Imagine if we'd all go in there to look at those trees. Dwarves, peasants, square-tail, Adarnian nobles even. All seeing the desires of others. Terrifying. It would be the end of Vergen. What's more, legend has it the oldest stolen dreams can become reality. I don't want a nightmare stalking Vergen's dark alleyways come awful.
Open it. I'll make it quick.
Stop pissing me off. You're acting like a drunk shooter. No means no.
You know, I don't know if I should mention this, but the true life belongs to you.
What are you talking about?
It's an embarrassing affliction, I imagine. It had even something of a political liability in your case. Some might even call you a freak. You're the alderman, and ages-old tradition is vested in you. On top of that, you now lead the preparations for Vergen's defense.
Dare.
Imagine your ancestors carved in stone, condemnation, not pride on their bearded faces. Who knows? Maybe you keep your office, and you'd be the talk of the town for ages. Your nephew. Your kid.
Open the gate. I am from the Scalen's mother and be sober as a judge to the end of my days. And I aim to keep my word. I don't give a damn about the ages-old traditions and piss on loose talk. But you're right. I cannot compromise Vergen's morale. You must bury this thing. The secret dies with you, never to be spoken aloud. Understand?
What? What was he? Was he dressing up as a bird too? Do I enjoy JoJo?
He has never
I
seen
have
it.
not seen it. I have not
Yeah.
seen any of it, except for the one thing where the girl cries in Japanese
Begotten thought.
and then gets begun thought.
That's a meme.
Yeah, I saw that meme. Other
That
than
was a
that,
good meme though.
it was really funny. Such way same. You get same company for Gundam Blu-ray. Is there like extra good like translator company, something? Alright, let's throw some knives at some golems. This was one of the harder fights in this game. I should watch JoJo. I have not, but I should.
Ah, yes, this one I think it was. Good old crying in Japanese. It's a thought.
If it breathes, it's a thought. Is that...
Crying in Japanese, yes. Here it goes.
All women are thoughts.
So extreme. There's so many JoJo scenes that are so like crazy out of context.
I did. You know what? I actually have watched the beginning JoJo seasons where the animation was like really bad and choppy. I watched some of those episodes with like Speedwagon or whatever is the character.
JoJo Part 1.
Yeah.
Speedwagon.
So Funimation kind of.
Oh yeah, they changed all like the names.
Funimation apparently censors. Oh, you know what? I should do a hard save. I should do fat hard save. Funimation apparently like changes details and stuff occasionally.
Mhm. For sure.
So.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah, definitely.
Let's drink some potions.
And, you know, sometimes they have like a decent enough reason for doing it, but sometimes it's just like, really? And then sometimes they're just trying to be funny or relevant and bad. Always bad.
Yeah. Yeah, some of the dubs for like Kaguya were a little cringe, where they were like,
To say the least.
yeah. Yeah.
Did you hear that one Funimation dub where like the original was just like all you skateboarding fools, but instead they changed it to all you bitches and bros and non-binary hoes. It's like, what? Who the fuck says that? This is the villain? Who the fuck?
Squawk?
Squawk?
Okay, wait. I think I need to use these. I only have 3.
Pick up the trap.
Pick up the trap.
No. Doesn't want to pick up the trap.
Okay.
What you reading?
Oh, yeah, I guess Funimation / Crunchyroll are weird with censorship for some stuff. Whoop.
A lot of their translations are just like bad or ill-informed, which is unfortunate.
I don't know if they
Because they're
have.
supposed to be like the official translations, but
I don't know
sometimes
if they
they're just not.
have anyone on staff that speaks Japanese. Like,
I mean, theoretically, they should have, uh, like an official script to translate
right,
and a translator on board to do that for them.
right. They should.
They should.
Got the nest.
I mean, that is a job
That is a job,
that they
and
are hiring for, and theoretically should already have people on that do that, but
yeah.
and yet, you know.
Doesn't matter if it comes directly from Japan or not. So I think Funimation owns like the localization, or something. So
Yeah, Sony owns a lot of the localization of anime.
so if it's translated, then it's probably translated by them. Or it could be a fan translation that they're just stealing. That's happened before.
That has happened before. Because fans do a better job than that. Is that the best plot twist? Is just like, hey, we don't want to hire a translator, so let's just have the fans do the translating, and then we'll rewrite the translations and shove a bunch of politics in there.
Yeah.
Have a bunch of out-of-place jokes in there.
The biggest plot twist.
Yeah. I don't even think that, like, all the voice actors are bad or anything. They just, like, over time have gotten quite the egos to think that they can, like, rewrite the script to be whatever they want, and it doesn't matter what the original was.
Yeah. Pick it up, Mr. Frozen Man.
Is that really what you gotta do? Just push them into it?
Squawk, squawk. Pick it up.
So, is this what you're supposed to do? Because, I mean, I feel like one of the three of them should have picked that up.
It might just not be. I might just not be in range of a nest or something.
Yeah, maybe. Oh my gosh, it's already like 1:30 in the morning.
Raccoons, rise up!
I feel like the time went so quick.
Yeah, kinda. I was a little surprised when I looked at the time before. Looked at the time
gosh.
before. I feel like I should tell a story.
Go ahead.
Well,
Tell the best story ever.
I need a story to do that.
Well, do it.
I can tell stories I've already told before because I have them all written down. The ketchup story, always a classic. That's like a saga.
Have you told them the salad story?
Oh, I can't do that.
But it's your best story.
No, I can't do that.
You love telling people the salad story.
No. The salad story is too good.
It's all downhill after the salad story.
That's my best story. So, I should. You know what? I'll do the salad story if we set up like a camera that I can like look at.
If we reach 1,000 subs, you get to hear the salad story.
No, but I should have a camera for that maybe. Well, I guess it doesn't matter. I can just get close to the mic. I don't know if the camera would make the presentation better though.
Just record you doing the salad story, and then I'll put pictures. And then we'll make a video of you telling the salad story with a bunch of my illustrations, so people understand.
Really? Would you really like do all that?
I mean,
stuff?
it would take a while because I'm kind of busy, but
Yeah.
but eventually.
I feel like maybe I should tell the salad story with like, I don't know, like I should be more prepared for the salad story. Okay.
Well, I'm sure you have other stories.
I could tell the salad story. I'd want to like lower the game volume though, I guess, or mute it, and then stick to story time.
Yeah,
thing up on the
Matthew's
screen.
saying maybe do it as part of a fundraising or milestone goal. Yeah, there you go. The
Tell it-
forbidden salad
The forbidden
story.
salad story. I feel like
Part of a goal.
I mess up my own salad story so many because there's so many events in that timeline that you have to get right. I feel like I would rather have it.
Have the edited version. Of
I
it.
definitely need to make an edited salad story for sure, an edited salad story. Not that I wouldn't tell it on stream, but yeah,
It's a good story.
it's an experience. Salad story is definitely an experience. I guess that's interesting. The only one I haven't crossed out is a can story.
Spaghetti punch.
I guess I could tell a can story.
Do I know that story?
Nah, it's not that good.
Okay, well. Write down better stories then.
Oh, this is all. I have all the stuff with like the Chronicle of Ketchup Man here. I have the diner. I have the diner, the chicken soup. Shitting in his pants. Ugh.
Oh my god. What a character. Do you know anyone else with like crazy phobias like that?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, obviously.
Those are stories.
So that's how you get extra points.
No, you add on a phobia to all
Yeah,
the other things.
yeah,
wrong
yeah,
with
yeah,
you.
yeah. So of course I know people with weird phobias. Like I talked to someone who, some girl at my school was like real stressed out because people, were sending her nasty messages on Tumblr. So she posted, no, fucking tap to dodge piece of shit. Okay, let's put this down here. Get out of it. Pick it up. Pick it up, you dirty, dirty. Oh, we took it.
Oh yeah.
Nice.
Nice.
She posted a picture of a puppy.
Aw.
Puppy's playing, and people were sending her nasty messages because she didn't put a
I
trigger.
have a phobia of dogs.
They didn't, but they said someone could have a phobia of dogs, and you didn't
Oh
put a
my
trigger warning
God.
on your post. You didn't tag it as dogs, so people that exclude dog posts because of their crippling fear of dogs
So insensitive.
could have been injured by your recklessness.
Yes. So injured.
Puppies.
So brave.
So brave. Good thing they were there to call them a inconsiderate piece of shit for.
A good thing they were there to like give her anxiety and ruin her day.
Yeah. That was a solid call. You don't want some bitch posting puppy
pics.
pictures to get away with it.
I'm gonna watch some puppies right now.
You can't stop me.
No.
Neo 2 has an English dub where everyone is British?
What? No way.
What about the Japanese people? Wait a second. Everyone in Neo 2 is Japanese. What the fuck?
They're all speaking with British accents.
In Neo 1, I thought it was pretty cool how they had the Japanese people speaking with really thick Japanese accents. So it made some amount of sense.
Mm-hmm. Puppy's so small.
We gotta play Neo. And Neo 2.
We've got to play a lot of things.
And who's it? The blood code vein. that's the one.
Yeah, we gotta finish Code Vein. Or, well, finish the DLC. We finished the story, I
Letho's
guess.
Dream. Whoop up. Oh my god, so many. Can I convince you guys to blow up a nest for me before I kill the rest of you? Oopsies. Whoop.
Matthew says, I met someone who was sort of scared of pictures of Harriet Tubman for some reason. It was mostly funny and not a dramatic phobia, but it was weird.
Yeah, I mean, she does kind of look spooky in pictures.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, it would look spooky if she was in real life because she's dead, but
Right.
she is just kind of a spooky looking person. Ah, the harpy contract is somehow completed. Nice.
Nice. You
Got
did.
some harpy saliva.
More feathers for the dwarf who also likes to dress up as a chicken.
Yes. Head
And
cannon.
then they find each other. And then
That would
they're
re-
happy together.
That reminds me of like the chick who dressed up as human. Like she got a bunch of plastic surgery to become the human Barbie.
Oh, yeah.
Ah ha 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 ha. Okay, that's gonna be a lot of progress I gotta redo. But yeah, what Tristan's referring to, if you haven't heard the story, is there was someone at my school who alleged to be afraid of ketchup. And he was afraid of ketchup because someone heard he was afraid of ketchup and dumped ketchup on his head. And if you're thinking to yourself, well, hang on now. How does someone be afraid of ketchup because someone heard that they were afraid of ketchup and then did something? And you may be thinking, oh, that doesn't make any sense. But really, what did I say last time? You're a time bigot because time doesn't have to just flow in one direction, it's fluid. Yeah, no, but Fucky Wucky was a ducky. Yeah. But yeah, there's that guy. That's a whole saga, though, and I feel like everybody's already heard that saga. There are many stories about Ketchup Man. Ow, boo. That was a cool turnaround. I like that. Don't like that one. Alright. Usually you don't want to get surrounded, but once you have like Whirl and Ard, it kind of doesn't matter, does it? Yeah, I gamble on having an Ard for that, and it just didn't happen. Indeed. I should take out a sword before I do that. So directly behind you does not get hit by Whirl. Good to know. Gooder to know before you die. Ugh. Oh, some people might not know how I'm a bad boy.
Yeah, you stole me away, Adam. Revving up your motorcycle engine and swerving into the road.
Alright, I'll play it like a square. Problem with Neo Co-op, I've heard, is one of the players needs to have already finished the level first. You can't have two players experience it both for the first time. Maybe? There's two co-op modes, so you can summon someone for help, and that one you can definitely do if one of you hasn't cleared the level. Then there's another one where once you've cleared the level, maybe the other mode might be like that, where you both play through and you have X number of lives between you, and then once you die X number of times, you fail the whole level. You don't go back to a bonfire. Ah, my God, that was. I should set the trap and then do the thing. Yeah, I don't think I have the energy for the 3 vacations story again. It's quite exhausting.
No, that's not important.
I got in that nook there.
The good old Nook. So nostalgic.
It's like a couple days ago we beat Melania. Only beat her once though. We still have to beat it on my guy.
Well, we beat her twice. Once with your mage, but yeah.
Oh, that's right. Yeah.
The mage was super easy, so.
The mage was so free that it doesn't even
really count, but you know.
aim up the camera when I'm not locked on. Ryu. I should have been more of a square. Ah. Bad. They had similar thing with co-op in Lives in Halo 2. On Legendary, if either the player dies, it reloads the last check. Oh, damn! If one of the player dies, it reloads the last checkpoint. That's like Resident Evil 5. Let me not do that. Let me drop the trap. Then do this. Shouldn't be hitting them unless I have a stun. Then I go and hit them without a stun. Shouldn't have done that. Shouldn't have done that. Should stun first. Stun, then follow up. That was cool. I followed it in. What? Discord notifications.
That was for me.
Yeah, kind of figured. I don't have.
I wanted to send you a meme that I found in the archives of my computer.
No!
I'm just like looking through old files and shit. And I found this picture and I was like, it's funny.
God.
Instead of hi, Dad. It's funny. Anyway, I'm pretty zonked.
I do not.
I'm probably gonna go to bed.
Man, you know what? I have never played Halo 2. I played Halo 1, played Halo 3, never played Halo 2.
You skipped the story, Adam. How could you? Ugh. Ugh.
No. Dodged the wrong direction. Let's go this way. Can I get down from a small ledge while in combat? Too complicated, obviously. Alright. Oh yeah, he says that in
I was just thinking about Soul
Soul Calibur, yeah.
It's kind of cool in the fighting game style.
Yeah. Birdie. I had a professor, not a professor, I had a teacher.
Who did profess?
He was a son of a Cuban immigrant, and he hated when people wore Che Guevara t-shirts, and
Who is?
Che Guevara is on some. He's like that design on a t-shirt with a beret.
Okay.
I guess I didn't need the last trap to complete the. No, I do need to use the traps. It said it was completed.
Oh, it did.
Did it say it was completed the last time?
I don't know, man.
Do I have to load? Can't even load.
I don't even know where the 7th nest would be.
I don't.
Ooh, red shiny.
Eh. that back in there. He hated when they would do that. And so Che Guevara, you know, honestly,
Give us all a history lesson.
don't really remember all of it. I believe he was like a communist rebel in Cuba.
So not cool.
No, but he's on all those T-shirts of people trying to be rebels, right? Like another like flower power era type thing, right? If you do the art too quickly, they won't be pushed back. There's the trap. Pick it up.
I think it's just too close to the edge,
Yeah.
and their AI just won't go over there.
Cuban terrorists. That's a good way to put it. So
Snake.
So one time a girl brought in a Che Guevara T-shirt, and then he said, "Do you know who that is?" And then she said, "Oh, I just thought it was a cool design." And he said, "He had my grandparents gunned down and thrown into a mass grave." And then she said, "Oh,
Whoops.
And then she got caught in the hallway for a long time while she got a lengthy listen on all of his horrific crimes. And she did not think Che Guevara was cool after that.
Yes. Good.
And she never wore it again.
Yeah, that's one way to do it, I guess.
But, yeah, everybody...
Hey, she got educated. That's what you go to school for.
But then he would tell every one of his students about that interaction.
So they would not make those mistakes either.
Yeah, he was that must be the last one. So he recognized me as someone who had some kind of sense, and so he he told me about it like in private in like the hallway, and I was like, "Oh, yeah, that's not
All we need is one more.
fucking piece of shit."
Ah, no. Che Guevara.
Yeah. So like as soon as he said like someone was wearing a Che Guevara t-shirt, I was like, "Oh, and you're Cuban."
Yeah.
It's like, "Oh, that's not good." And he was like, "New ability, Birdman." Would have thought I'd already get that from dealing with the other guy. Attributes, passives. What does Birdman do? It's got to scroll down. It's so cool. Damage against harpies. Wow. I'm sure that'll come in handy in the next area that has no harpies. This linear ass game, which I actually prefer. I think it's better. I think Witcher game is better as being linear. Get out of here. It's funny because I selling at a fair, I ran into this I guess the politically correct term would be a MILF. So she had she was dating this guy. She was like divorced and dating this guy that she was a single dad from her kid's class. And she was very, and I was like, oh, good for you, and whatever. And she was like that guy's like 20 years younger than her or something. So it was like, yeah, good for you. Fuck.
Young boy. Mommy likey.
Yeah, but unless she doesn't have kids, then a cougar. That's right. I should brush up on my terminology. It's my lexicon of whatever that would be. So, yeah. So she was like, and she was like she was very proud. She was like, oh, he's German, blue eyes, everything. She was very proud of her boy toy. And I was like, yeah, good for you. I mean, she didn't look bad for being 20 years older than him. And he was someone who he was like 1 year older than me in my high school. Like, he went to the same high school. And then I was like, we didn't recognize each other really. Oh, get your reward. Got it. So I did get the last one. So I didn't recognize him, and I was like, oh, maybe we know some of the same teachers. And he was like, oh, did you have Mr. V? And I was like, oh, yeah. And then he reminded me of all the stuff about Che Guevara. He apparently reamed out quite a few people for wearing Che Guevara t-shirts. He would show them pictures of his grandparents and say he murdered them, shot them, back of the head like a coward.
It's crazy that he would even run into so many people wearing those shirts in the first place.
Most of them had no idea.
Yeah, right?
That it was even a person. They picked it up at like Urban Outfitters or whatever.
I mean, if he really wanted to, cut to the chase, he should find like the person on campus selling those shirts and give them the lecture.
So it was in high school.
Oh, right.
So it was like
right.
Got it at a mall or whatever.
Just like I'm making a joke.
Yeah, but everyone in my high school knew Che Guevara was a bad man, and that's all they remembered.
That's all you need to know. Stop wearing those shirts.
And he'd always say like, "Oh, we're in America, like it's freedom of speech. You can wear whatever you want." But he killed my grandparents. He murdered them.
Yeah, you have no idea who this guy is, and you're just wearing the shirt.
Murdered them. Oh. Okay. I like how he throws the steel sword, and then he has to, but that kills them.
I'm pretty sure if like some high schooler went in wearing a Hitler shirt, they wouldn't even like be allowed to be in the high school. They'd just be like, "Hey, we're calling your parents. You gotta go home."
Yeah. Bum 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 bum.
It's like the rules really do just change based on like how recognizable something is.
Probably the same thing with like a Stalin shirt. People wouldn't. I think it's literally just Hitler would get you in trouble. I don't think you could wear anyone else on your shirt, and I mean, I guess it depends where you are and like how, That being said, you can kind of wear whatever you want. I mean, I guess there's a dress code. Like you can't wear. I don't know. It's funny. I had a friend in high school who was always getting on the gym teacher's nerves. Like, he really didn't like the gym teacher because he was like, a jock or whatever. He was just like, he hated the gym teacher so much. He didn't like him. And
Okay.
he would always messing with the gym teacher. He was like a very hippie kind of guy, right? Very much enjoyed hippie stuff. And he did a yoga class or something, yoga club after school. And then the gym teacher was like, The gym teacher was like, it's like, hey, I know you had your yoga club in here the other day. My sandwich was missing. Did you eat my sandwich? And he was like, he was a big shit eating grin on his face. This is how he tells the story. He said, I had a shit eating grin on my face, and he goes,
More like a sandwich eating grin on my face.
yeah, he big grin on his face is like, Mr. So and So, I didn't eat your sandwich. He fucking took the gym teacher's sandwich because he was hungry and just ate it, knowing it was his, knowing it would piss him off, just like, pool boy. Oh, my classmate.
Oh man.
It's funny. Let's see all the dreams. Green dream. What do we got? Gonna watch some fucking?
Yes.
Come to me, my hero. Let's forget about
Yeah, exactly that. Ooh.
It'll be lovely.
Sweet dreams.
Yeah, I was just like, what the fuck is wrong with these people?
Peasant's dream.
Come to me, my hero. Let's forget about
It's the same
Oh.
thing.
The peasant's dream is the green dream. Got it.
Call that too. It'll be lovely.
It's one heck of a dream you got there.
Red crystal. Let's see. What do we got? So bright. Jesus. Maybe I'm just too much of a raccoon. That's a dragon's dream. Also, that's a grenade. No fire effects in your dream? Too much to render?
You just roared at them. You just wanted to scare them. It was a prank, bro.
Blue.
Blue. Meow.
Yorva? Marion wine? Pretty boring dream.
He looks like he's having a bad day.
Do I have to pull out a translator for Welsh to figure out what the fuck that was? Tomorrow we should probably play Code Vein. Letha's dream is gonna be the juicy one. Sure.
I guess we'll have to
Oh, we already saw this.
figure out the computer stuff. The code vein.
It won't be hard. I mean, just to get the file off, if you just want to play it on the computer's already set up, it'd be easy. You just put it on the counter and just...
Do that.
Okay, so we saw this dream.
Yeah, we gotta see the last one.
The last one's called Walk Away.
Perfect. Oh,
That's
that's the
fucking the
best
bomb.
dream.
Matter like give the ingredients to Flippa. Flippa Eilhart.
Level up.
No idea what I want to spend skill points on though.
Yeah. I'm gonna go to bed.
Okay.
Good night.
Night.
Have fun.
I will. Yeah, sorry I can't think of any any super good stories. Well, I guess I don't know. I guess there's the Mr. V story. Something. I don't know if that. I try to not have bummer stories, but I guess a lot of stories that are interesting are kind of also a bummer. I don't know if you guys have ever heard of the lady who's like the human Barbie. It's like an God, am I dead? I'm dead. Get out of here, Jesus. Fuck. The human Barbie, she got a bunch of plastic surgeries to look like Barbie, and then there was another guy who did the same with Ken, and they met for a date because everybody was like, oh my god, this is so perfect, right? And then they both had the same critique of each other, which was that they were too into themselves and all they did was talk about themselves, which was pretty funny. But my favorite part about that article that I read was the human Barbie said that she is currently vegan and that she is trying to transition to sunlight. Which is, not super duper possible. Here's another random story. I went to that convention. That's a problem. That convention I went to. It was, I can't remember what it was called, but it was like some weird like sort of steampunk kind of thing, but also that was the I mentioned it earlier very briefly. I went to a convention and they had one room that was supposedly going to be used for a rave later, and it had a bunch of like the tents that like set up that you saw in the brothel. A little different, but same general idea. Just like a fuck hut with like a mat and whatever. Allegedly there was going to be a rave there. It was a big gymnasium. And at that same convention there was a bunch of there's a bunch of dudes with curly mustaches. It was like a steampunk convention, I guess, but it also had a bunch of other weirdo shit. And I just remember there was this one guy who was like pretty fit with like not like jacked or anything, but like fit with like a tight t-shirt on, and his t-shirt said, just black t-shirt, big white letters, just said slave. That's it. It's a bunch of BDSM stuff there. Bunch of stuff. You've heard of the human Barbie before? I think it was a famous example of at least one famous recent example is fake though, so maybe there are multiple. transition from sunlight as food? What are you confused about? You just you start as vegan and then you transition from vegan to sunlight. Yeah. Yeah. It's easy. I think before there were lots of genders, there was that super vegans. I remember one of my friends of a friend, whatever, people you see at concerts all the time. Oh, you know what? It was actually this guy's. It's like this couple, and one of them was like played in my friend's band. The girl though, they were both vegan, and the girl she got really drunk, and then she went on this like rant about how mankind is going to go extinct if everyone doesn't convert to veganism. And it's like, no, probably not. In fact, like, being vegan takes so much more land. Like, it consumes so much more space. Converting, like, grass into meat protein is so much more efficient. So, like, you probably have... Am I ever gonna need a sword that specifically deals extra damage to harpies? This seems lame. But then again, my hoarding instincts are telling me I should just put everything in my chest and never give anything away. But I think I'm gonna toss that. Easily get rid of those. That's neat. I haven't seen one of those, so hang on to that, I guess. Harpy trophies suck. Not bad, but I think Karen trophy's probably just way better. Some doubters in the chat that you can transition to sunlight. Puffa. Easy. Who needs air? Or who needs food? Just use air and sunlight. Trouble with transitioning from food to sunlight, other than malnutrition and starvation, is skin cancer. Imagine you're so hungry that you just like get sunburn. It's the trouble with a sunlight diet. Wake up late, you fucking starve. I forgot to throw knives. That whole time I was in a really tough fight that I needed knives and I didn't throw them. Stupid. Stupid. Should have thrown knives. Yeah, just be one with the universe. Well, you know, if you're one with the universe and then you start eating part of the universe, be pretty weird. You'd be like cannibalizing yourself. Oh my god, do you guys play D&D at all? I play D&D when I can get my flaky friends to show up for a session, but it's just like in the beginning of COVID, you know, it's easy to get everybody onto like Discord for some games, and then I don't know, just kind of got worse and worse. I think, yeah. Honestly, like, playing online is just not the same thing. Maybe with cameras, but I don't know. All sharing a table is just real nice. Not always super possible, though. Everybody kind of ends up spreading out a little. But for a while, I worked at... For a while, I worked at this comic shop. I would run Adventure League. You know, get people into the store. So Adventure League was a program that Wizards of the Coast stopped, which was, you know, paying people to run official games for the thing. But they stopped the program, but the comic shop continued it. And so I worked doing that for a while. I'm gonna do some dice poker. And so running D&D for, you know, these people, you run into all sorts of different types. You know what? There was a guy, the blacksmith. I've been thinking about this. Haggard, this guy? Gotta go find him. Wait, what time is it? Oh my god, you have a regular group? Congratulations. Congratulations, Matthew Atkinson. I'm going to pin your comment as hope for anyone who joins the chat, so they can have hope that they too can have a regular group of D&D. Where's the chat? Ah, here we go. This is, unironically, that gives me hope. I need that pinned there so I can remember one day it may be possible for me to have a group that meets more than 3 weeks in a row, and 3 weeks in a row is a fucking accomplishment. So many campaigns you start and then you just like poop. They just stop. They stop after like maybe one session or whatever. And I kind of have it down, like how you stop that. You have to like have a session 0. Everybody's got to make their characters kind of together and talk it out. And then like, I don't know. You just need people that are like not super flaky. Which is tough. And then, you know, everybody's got busy schedules and whatever. But anyway, yeah, I was doing quite a bit of D&D for a while before COVID. Got a pretty nice job offer for like a goofy amount of money to be running D&D for people. I always kind of thought it was weird to get paid as a DM because you're kind of just another part of the game you're playing, but then you work for a store DMing for strangers for a while, and then you're like, yeah, fuck this.
I'll play you once I know.
The Innkeeper and Cecil. I thought I beat the Innkeeper. You didn't know you could pin messages? Well, you can only pin messages of great hope and inspiration. And that gives me great hope. I love DMing because it's kind of my it's Kilgore Trout. It's kind of like my Kilgore Trout, where it's like I have story ideas that I don't know if I want to do stuff with and whatever, but oh, this guy lets me access storage? Neat. Do you have any formulas? Useless. You just have rotten apples. Oh, excuse me. But it's a D&D is great to just like I remember that frog story you had before. Who does he want me to be? Win a few rounds at dice poker? Dude, I've been busting people's ass in dice poker all day. I don't remember the frog story. But anyway, I ran it for a store. Man, right before COVID, right before I got this like very, very lucrative offer. You know, for like 3 hours a week, or no, it was 2 hours. Yeah, it was 2 hours. 2 hours, $20 per. People paid $20 to play D&D per night. Per session, they paid $20. Kind of fucking crazy. Then I would split with the house the first 4, and then any after that, I would keep the whole 20. And I have, for not a gazillion dollars, I have run a session for like 13 people. It was a disaster. Actually, it wasn't a disaster. It sucked. It was terrible. But people had fun. It worked. It happened. You know, things happened in the session. It was kind of exciting for people. Very, very difficult. Lots of standing, shouting, and pointing very aggressively towards people. Also known as ejaculating. But ejaculating has another meaning, and somewhat inappropriate, so I won't discuss it here. Yeah, I could totally run a session for like 8 people and do okay. Or not do okay and still make a bunch of money. For like 2 hours, that's not terrible. That's like plumber money. Anyway, I had this one group, right? This one guy would show up, and he was. If I made a video about this guy, I would have to like change his name to something. But maybe you guys can come up with a good fake name for his name. Angelo. His name was Angelo. I don't know what his last name was. Not that that matters, but I feel like Angelo is a good name for him. It's like, yeah. The frog story in Dark Souls 3 stream, you're trying to convince ultra passives. Oh, you remember that? That's exactly what I was about to say. That's exactly the story I was going to tell. So there's this guy. Yeah, this guy was an ultra pacifist. He would take no concessions on morality to the point of immorality. So there was everything, and he drove people fucking crazy. He made people so mad. So, you know, and like certain stuff I get, it's fine, whatever. He wants to play. You know, you want to play a druid and you want like you want 16 AC armor, but you can't wear metal. And so you're like, can I have chainmail made out of, you know, macaronis or something? You know, can it be made out of barnacles? Can I have this That didn't count as a competitor? Yeah, so like you know, I get those kind of things, but then so he started off with that where he was like, "Oh, I wouldn't want leather armor. I'd just rather go without cuz I wouldn't want to have to like have my armor come from like a dead animal." And I was like, "Well, you know, there's like gambesons, which is like the same thing, you know, it's just cloth. It just comes from like a plant." And he was like, "Yeah, I guess I could have a thing that comes from a dead plant. That's fine." yeah. So I was like, yeah, sure. There's like gambesons. He was like a little iffy on like plants dying, and then he's like, well, could it come from like sheep? And the sheep like are like happy, like they were raised, they're no cages, and they're like happy sheep. I'm like, yeah, whatever, man. That comes from happy sheep. They're raised in elven pasture, and everything's happy in there. Good happy sheep that are only shorn to keep them from having
I'd like a rematch.
weird bartender campaign was made for. You talking about defeat another player?
Have to roll a few then.
Yeah, let's play. Let's do it. You're not talking about the critical role thing where they had like the bearded female bartender, and everyone was like, "Oh my god, she's so hot!" Instantly, they're like, "Oh, I want to fuck the bartender so bad." Oh man, just want bearded ladies. Didn't happen. Didn't happen. Didn't happen. F9, 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 F9. Get me out of here. Didn't lose. I just F9'd. Yeah, the whole like critical role people were like, that was the point where I was like, I can't watch this anymore. This is so uncomfortable. That's the one I already beat. I gotta beat you.
Have to roll.
But yeah, so I don't know. For people who haven't heard the frog story, tell the frog story, I guess. So he was ultra super pacifist. Oh wow, they actually rolled a dice out of the board. He would take no compromises on immorality to the point of immorality. He had so there was a quest. There was a quest where I think I need some caffeine to help me focus on these stories. Play another round. There was he was slowing down the action so much. One of the younger player who was like 13, he was getting bored and he was like, "Can I just go get a quest? Can I just leave the group and go get a quest?" And I was like, "Yeah, sure. Okay, there's a quest. This shady mobster guy needs you to, and I didn't spell it out like this. He like discovered all this through like dialogue and whatever. It was not. I knew what I was doing. I swear. Oh man, he's 3 of a kind. Some rough titties. Oh, I tie? Yeah. So I give him a quest where his exotic animals are in a warehouse and they're being like sold as illegal pets. So he goes into the warehouse and he gets snip snapped by a giant crab. He gets like I rolled they had 2 attacks and I rolled both attacks and it was 2 crits and it was really funny. And then yeah, it just like a metric shit ton of damage. And then I rolled the damage and it was all like max damage, and so he was like, "Oh my god." It was supposed to be like a fight that he could win on his own. Did not happen though. And then I kind of played it like he should be scared and whatever. It went fine. 2 pairs. What does he have? He has 3 of a kind on ones. I had someone in college, but what the fuck is this? It's disgusting. There's an ant crawling on my computer. I guess this stuff happens sometimes. Be right back. All right, let me. Sorry, I'm like going so slow with the story. So he escapes from the crab. The group goes back. They fight the animals. No, they don't fight the animals. He goes back, tells his party, and then Angelo goes and tells the cops. He's like, I want to go report this to the police. And everyone's like, what? Why? So like, reported to the cops. And then I was like, all right, so you want the police to go in and raid a thing with a bunch of dangerous monsters? And he's like, yeah. And I'm like, okay. So the police go in, and I tell him, like, yep, a couple of police officers die because they're, you know, they're city guards. They're not, like, you know, used to fighting monsters. And he's like, okay, well, it's good. You know, like, he was like yeah. And so I say, but there was a hidden frog, a giant frog that was in the mix, and he escaped. He's loose in the city. I told this through the voice of the captain of the guard, who wanted to hire them to go hunt down the frog. They hunt down the frog after the frog has killed several people. It is currently, it like swallows a laundry lady in front of them, like has it in her mouth, and they have to kill it while not killing the girl inside. They get it to like vomit through like someone's spell or something. I can't remember. Someone did something clever. And I had a map drawn out where there was tops of buildings and bottoms of buildings, and I gave the frog the ability to transition from heights easily. And so they were all kind of like scrambling to get good positioning, and I kind of... How I moved the monster wasn't optimal. It was in a way that would force them all to close in on it so it could be trapped, so everyone could feel like they were trapping it. Pretty good map design, if I do say so myself. For something that looked horrible on the board, it was just like drawn with a pen or a dry erase on a, you know, what do you call it? Or no, wet erase grid. So they beat it, and then he says, no, we shouldn't kill it. It, you know, we should capture it and then like set it free. And I was like, well, it doesn't have a natural habitat around here or whatever. You know, it killed people. It could kill more people. So they you know, they take the and then he's like, oh well, I'll give my portion of the reward to, you know, whatever. And it's like, I'm the DM, not like a player. I don't have any real say in like what people actually want to do, right? So I let him do it. The whole group was like super pissed off, and he was like, he wanted to he wanted to like, I don't know, he wanted people to send it away to back to its natural habitat, and you know, after it killed a bunch of people. And it was like, what if it kills all the people on the boat? What if it kills more people? And it's like, well, I wouldn't know that you know, I wouldn't know that's like possible or whatever. And it's like, yeah, you would, because like everyone's yelling it at you. Well, that's no good. Basically just reroll the whole mess, I guess. It's one away from a straight, but it's still not a straight. Maybe I should have just rerolled the 6 and seen if I get a double. Oh, man, that's not a good idea. Yeah, I was one away from a straight a second time. An official Wizards of the Coast campaign, where you literally RP as a bartender. There's a prom one, too. No, he was just really like that. He is an interesting character. hung out with him outside of the game because I was very curious about him. He invited me to another game, and I got to see how he pissed off other people at other games, and it was pretty entertaining. He was just generally very obstinate. The reason why he was like that is kind of too much of a bummer to tell, but I will say briefly, like, it was over a girl. He had a toxic relationship with a girl where he kept on breaking up, like sleeping around and then going back to her and whatever. It was just too much of a bummer to get into specifics, but essentially he decided from that he should, like, radically change himself to be celibate until marriage, and he shouldn't curse, and he shouldn't look at, like, lewd images, and like, if he saw a comic cover that was, like, lewd, he would go, like, oops, and then, like, turn really sharply away. It was weird. So one of his friends called him, and he immediately shifts from this demeanor of, like, sort of like an angelic, sort of super goody sort of demeanor to, hey man, what's up, and, like, talking normally, because I guess his friends knew him like that and not like this, like, weird pastor type of character. He's just who he was, I guess. I could just hope for, like, pairing with a 6, right? But in a sense, this guy's, you're right that people didn't matter because he was more interested in doing what was morally right rather than what would actually do good things. So, like, the opposite of, like, a Batman or something. But yeah, he set the frog free. Then later they got an NPC to, like, to hang out with them or something. And he wanted to give the NPC an equal percentage share to the rest of the party, and I was just like, oh. I was like, ooh. Because he was like, oh, it's right because they're, like, part of our group, and it's like, oh yeah, but there's not a person there at the table, so, you know, metagame a little bit, read between the lines, man. And, like, everybody else was like, fuck that, it's an NPC, they don't get shit. It's like, yeah, man, like, I could swear I already did this whole runaround with a poker. I guess I have, like, a bunch of times when I played this game previously. But we went to this, so he took me to this other game. This is where I dug the origin story out of this guy, but he took me to this other place where they charged $15, and then you would get $7 store credit back that you could spend in the store. Interesting system, but anyway. I don't know why I'm so congested. Maybe it's just the dust in this room. I know probably the sniffling isn't super pleasant. So he spends a bunch of time. So he drove, I think. I think we met and then he drove. And then he got us there super late, right? So we show up super late and I'm like, oh yeah, I'm really sorry. And he's like, no, it's fine, you know. DM was not. He was fine with us being late, kind of, but also. Huh.
Job done. I'm here for my pay.
You killed the heartbreaker. In that case, you've earned your coin.
Are you looking to get rid of them? I've destroyed their nests. That's what I'm going to take.
See you.
Cannot save this time. You. Let me in. So, we show up late. He spends a bunch of time pacing around, not sitting at the table. I don't know what came over this guy. And cannot save this time. There we go. Got a nice save, scum save.
Very nice.
So he's not paying attention, and then they go to him. They ask him what he wants to do, and then he asks them to like rehash the whole situation. And then they were getting so mad. And then they were trying to end the session, right? They were trying to wrap up this fight because this one kid had a migraine, and it's just like. They're trying to wrap up the fight, and he's like, they're fighting zombies, right? And I have DM'd too much to not have my shit together instantly, right? So I know exactly which square I want to move to, and I want to count it out so they can tell that I have the movement for it, and then I like have my I have my roll in one hand, and then I roll that, and I immediately after roll my damage, and just like real quick, a dice tray, like very efficient. Just got my turn done. I explain all the reasoning, and then I had a complicated ability a ability that wasn't super common. I was using the what was it, order? Or I think it was an order cleric or something. It was like. Bonus action, if you cast a spell on an ally that consumes a spell slot, they can use a reaction to make an opportunity, not an opportunity attack, they can make a melee attack as a reaction. So I used that on someone, and then I had the page ready, showed the DM the ability, and he was like, yeah, that's fine. I just real quick got my turn done like that, faster than anyone else. I was very efficient. This guy, he starts arguing that we shouldn't be killing the undead because there could be some way to cure him. And then the DM is like, metagaming, there's no way. There's no cure. It's not possible. And he's like, but still, violence isn't right. And it's like, you've never seen a harder face palm. Like, it's just like, you're playing Dungeons and Dragons, dude. There's dungeons, there's dragons. Like, you get with it. Fuck. Oof. 3 of a kind. Pulling out some magic on me. And they were so grumpy. They were not happy. Guy had a mic. Everyone was pissed off. He told me a story of getting kicked out of a LARP. And you know, I can't really remember exactly how.
I'd like to play jump.
I think something he did constantly was protest violence. Like, he wouldn't do quests that involved violence. So I have a 2 of a kind. So that ties his. So I guess I gotta keep it. He has a 2 of a kind on. Yeah, so I have to hope I get a 1 or a 6 to win. Fuck. That's a loss. I know you could expect the typical like protesting of like violence, but apparently he got kicked out. He showed me the email he got for how he got kicked out of the LARP, and the guy, the email describes him yelling and acting in an unacceptable manner to one of the organizers, and he was like, he's like, yeah, I like yelled like once. It's like, okay. He showed up late, as was kind of expected. He's a pair of it's a pair of twos, which would be just a pair of ones. I'll just do the basic thing and keep what's good and reroll the rest. You know, it's funny, there's a rule that you can't teach people the rules to gambling games within a game. So you can have poker in your game as long as you don't explain the rules to poker. That's why that's why they don't tell you anywhere in the game why you're winning or losing when you win or lose in dice poker. I found the guide somewhere online, but I still got a 3 of a kind though. But he's 3 of a kind on 2s. Or on 4s, yeah, so probably not gonna get this, but yeah, he also was raised Christian, and you can kind of see, like, he was raised very religiously, and you can kind of see where he sort of fell back on like really strict dogma, right? Like really strict like he experienced a traumatic event, as happens with girls, and his response to it was to fall back on a really strict set of rules, which was kind of the solution given by... Man, I'm 1 away from a straight. I'm going to roll this 6 and just hope I get a 5. And if I get anything else besides another 6, I will have a pair. And I'll just have to be happy with that. Okay, so I don't want it to... Oh my god, I got it. That's a win. There we are. That was the guy I was looking for in the first place. So, yeah, I was also raised Catholic. So, not that I have like a tremendous familiarity with like the more I don't know, I don't know what to call it, like more extreme, like the sorts of like, I don't know, values or whatever weren't like super present in the house, I want to say. This wasn't like, not that I was like in some godless heathen den, it was just like, I don't know, there wasn't like that sort of structure. Like we went to CCD to learn religious stuff.
Shall we play now?
Yeah, I still don't understand the rules to poker. I always had my brother like do the poker mini games for me whenever I wanted to win them. about to trash this guy. I got a pair of 3 6s. Yeah, resign. Get out of here.
You must be an old hand at this. The prize money is yours.
I don't want gold.
I'd like something besides coin. Blacksmith's apprentice. That'd be interesting. I suppose I might. What do you fancy? Got any meteorite steel? Aye. 3 colors. Blue, yellow, and red. It's meteorite steel, not bloomers or caravels. Meteorite steel comes in several varieties depending on the nature of the element it's saturated with and the depth of that saturation. The elements dye the ore different colors. For instance, fire dyes the ore red, and red meteorite, well, you work it differently. You heat and hammer form it differently. You understand now? Sure you're just the blacksmith's helper? Want anything, or are you just going to stand there and wonder?
I will take some blue.
Blue meteorite sounds interesting. Good choice. Anything else? Chance you got a small knife. Just a regular knife. For kitchenware, you might try the tavern.
Is that a reference to something? Ooh, excuse me. I'm pretty sure that's why everyone always gets 4 of a kind in movies and other stories. Probably all the writer knows. Everyone always gets a royal flush. What are you talking about? 4 of a kind. It's like, and then they get it. It's bested by something else. A straight, right? Or not a straight. Whatever it is. Yeah. That guy was definitely interesting. There were many sessions of that guy pissing people off. It mostly had to do with how slow he was when he was making these circular nonsense arguments that would essentially just thieve people of time that they get to play in the session. And I kind of explained it to him that you should limit how many things you protest to, because you only have a certain amount of time. In each session, so it's you want to, interacting with stuff is great, and doing stuff in a session is super important, but wait for events to unfold, wait for events to unfold, find the dun banner, Vandergriff sword, then see Philip about the remaining artifacts. Give the cures ingredients to events to unfold. Go to the catacombs in the forest and find the dun banners. Standard, okay? Which events to unfold. Let's do this first. Well, that's cool. Got taught card games by family in camp. I never went to sleepaway camp. I went to day camp. Went to some fancy ones. I went to a camp that was at like the local school by me that was like super fancy private school.
You wanted to discuss something.
Your turn, sorceress. I have all you need to cure Saskia.
Let's get to work. Squirtel, stand aside.
Oh, is this the scene? It is. It is. It is. Oh God. Here we go. Here we go. Buckle up, boys. We're getting the best kind of magic. My favorite kind of magic.
My favorite type of magic. Lesbomancy.
My favorite type of magic. Lesbomancy.
What is your name?
uh,
What do they call you? Saskia. Do you remember what happened?
What of the battle? Henselt and his army.
Calm yourself. You won't have your battle yet. I shall go and announce that you are once again among the living.
there was this story about this guy who invented an electric car, and the automobile industry didn't want someone creating a whole different kind of engine to compete, that they would have to retool their entire operation to make electric cars.
It's scrap iron to me, a sword like any other.
Squirtel. I'll try to remove the curse.
Why do you aid me?
Oh, what should I say? I have my reasons, your ideals, I share them. There was a guy who invented an electric car. I think there's a documentary about him, but he eats something or he drinks something, and then he grabs his throat and goes, "They've killed me! They've killed me!" And then he falls over dead. And the coroner's report is natural causes. And he was like, he's always talking about being worried about being like murdered by the auto industry. It's like so shady. It's such a dangerous industry to be in. It's his profession, all right.
I see. The famous neutrality.
That too. Besides which, I don't believe any revolution can ultimately be successful. A very important tool. No idea is worth dying for.
I understand. Good luck with the curse and thank you again.
Can't loot that. New room. Turn on my loot senses. Loot. Loot. No fucky wucky. So how am I supposed to fuck Cynthia? Allegedly, the extended edition gives me fuck powers. I don't know. Oh, death symbolized. That's what we're doing. Find the Dunbana. Catacombs in the forest. So this was, if I remember, go out the back of the town? Maybe. Let's see. See if I figure it out. Oh, you didn't know the lesbomancy was yeah, it's just from this game. My condolences at having watched the first season of the show. Ugh. Murdering my favorite IPs. My first book is heavily influenced by by Andrzej Sapkowski's style that really, I don't know how to describe it. It's really tight. Not a lot of room for flowery descriptions or anything. Just yeah. It wasn't that I was trying to replicate his style, but it was kind of the measuring stick for what I considered to be good. Was if it could give me that similar feeling that I got reading. Oh, this is confusing. Okay, so I go through here. Dwarves and their town design in Terranor. Oh, okay, so I go stairs and then back. Hey, now you fell asleep. Well, that's I guess what people should be doing at midnight, but welcome to chat. Cynthia is only in the 3rd area. All right. We're gonna do it. We're gonna get max puss. We're gonna get all the STDs. So by first book, do you mean you read the Last Wish? That is my favorite. I don't actually like his novels as much. I feel like his writing style sort of falls apart in larger novels with world building and stuff. I just feel like he didn't world build as well as yeah, let me drink some potions. I'm gonna do it. This playthrough I'm gonna drink tons of potions. I'm gonna do it. I never use items in games. Except for Oblivion. I use any advantage I can to be able to beat mountain lions before they stun lock me to death. The Last Wish is incredible, I would say. That show is the classic Netflix massacre of an IP. Although apparently the guy who played as Geralt, he saved the writing. He protested to a bunch of stupid things in the script, and he demanded a bunch of changes to make it good, which is nice. I appreciate that, but still, fuck that show. I used to read The Last Wish once a year for years, but I kind of figured after I kind of found that style sort of lacking, I kind of got into the mindset of really what I should be doing is not. I never thought I should be replicating a writing style, right? But I was maybe I should be, and not that this was some great revelation either. I kind of always thought this, but anyway, spit it out. That I should be looking at different writers' writing styles as ingredients that I should think about including into my own writing style. And there's various little things I've read and ways that things are done that I felt were worth incorporating into my own style, or if not incorporating, you know, I get a certain feeling when I read something, and then I want to make sure that what I'm doing replicates that feeling when I'm doing a specific thing. And the big hole that I found in my writing after Leaves of the World Tree was descriptions of stuff. So like I really got the gritty feel down, but I didn't really get I don't know. It didn't like the descriptions just weren't. It wasn't what I like. It's hard to describe exactly what. But like when you see a big beautiful landscape, I couldn't compare to the feeling of awe you get when you look at a gorgeous landscape. I couldn't compete with my writing. I couldn't give people the same feeling. And I think some people might look at that and think, well, that's just a limitation of like a written medium. But then you read Lovecraft and he makes shit way scarier than a horror movie, and they get all the advantages of everything visual. And he uses descriptions that cannot be visually rendered in order to, you know, create these impossible images that have this like crazy effect. And then it just made me think like, well, there isn't that limitation that I'm thinking that there is. So I should be trying to abuse the fact that I have this written medium to generate images that can't exist. Or not that can't exist, but you know, like anyway, I stopped reading The Last Wish every year because I wanted to start taking in other sources to try and find the ingredients that I wanted in other writing styles. But I really, really loved those short stories. It was really, really good. And I started reading his second collection, and I got like, you know, halfway in, and then I got this like sad feeling of like running out of the short stories, so I just like set it aside. Especially because I was thinking I needed to be consuming other writing styles so that I could kind of better understand how other people were doing what I was looking to do. Yeah. Weirdly enough, I read it before the games and wanted to play them, but never did. Well, I would say start with the second game. The first game is pretty janky, and there is almost no narrative motivation for you to continue going through the game. Unless you're like really enjoying like seeing different areas or something. Yeah, probably. Yeah, and yeah, would have been much worse without Cavill. Apparently, he's a real nerd for the Witcher stuff. And, ugh, nasty cold at the same time as getting my tooth out. Oof, fucking oof. Yeah, you were telling me you got wisdom tooth out. Yeah. Whoa. So what should I do? Fight him or try and convince him I served in the banner? It's up to you guys. I have no idea what's better. You think this is PS1 game warping? I think it's kind of cool. Now that it's been stuck on the screen for a while, it does look pretty shitty. But when you first see the effect, you're like, oh wow. And then you kind of remember that feeling of oh wow, and it just kind of stays with you. You're glad I put so much thought into the writing? Well, yeah. The banner, so he's part of this renowned unit of light cavalry called the Dun Banner. And he is a wraith from the banner. They were all wiped out because they ran into an ambush, and King Henselt, the Scottish guy, did not send reinforcements to save his best unit, and so he left them to die in the battle. Essentially a betrayal. But yeah, of course I gotta put so much thought into the writing. It's, you know, it's what I do. It's like I think the thing that triggers me the most is like I'll be talking about a movie or a plot line to a thing, and I'll be getting very like detailed and analytical about it, and like why this isn't working or that isn't working, and then like, you know, a friend or someone will say like it's just a movie or it's just a story. It's like, why does it matter? It's like, this is what I do. Like, shut the fuck up. It's like, it's as though there's like a leaky faucet and then the plumber's like, oh my god, you gotta like tighten the bolt, and it's like, who cares, it's just a sink. And it's like, shut the fuck up. It's like, imagine saying that to like anyone else with any other profession. It's so irritating. Prose might have a visual limitation, but it does have advantages on impressing a feeling on the reading through many other senses and their own emotional state. Very true. I underestimated how much power, I guess you could, I don't know. I don't have a good vocabulary word for it, but like I underestimated the how much you could do with writing, and then I read At the Mountains of Madness. I had read a bunch of Lovecraft short stories, and I enjoyed some of them. I liked how he could kind of, you know, generate fear, but then I read At the Mountains of Madness, and then I listened to it on audiobook, actually, and then I went back and read some of the other stories, because I was so impressed by At the Mountains of Madness, which I think is definitely his best. It's weird, because most of his career he was doing short stories, and unlike Andrzej Sapkowski, which I feel like didn't transition super well into novels, because his writing style doesn't really have those great descriptions, and his world building is sort of limited, and it feels huge. Like, it feels much bigger than it actually is once you like start reading the novels. It doesn't really, I don't know, like fleshing out the world didn't really make it feel better than if he had just not explained the stuff. Like, he didn't have actual details behind that. It's like when you get to the end of Cowboy Bebop and you're like, oh my god, this mystery, this world is so expansive, and then like you get to the all the way through Cowboy Bebop and you realize there wasn't really that much like actual interesting secret stuff, that like some edgy like the backstory wasn't actually that complicated, but they'd make it feel like it is. And they should have just like, yeah, Adam, this is my fucking job, dude. Trying to fool him with a pop quiz of something you might fail anyway. Alright, kill him.
Go back where you belong, corpse.
Oh, give me my sword. They were. That's how you do it. Yeah. There's. But then, like, if you want to see maybe like the easiest example of like someone doing an impressive, or it's the best example of like Lovecraft abusing a written medium for imagery. You just look at like was it the Call of Cthulhu, the one where they go to the place, oh god, I can't even remember. That story was so like, honestly, the actual Cthulhu story I found so boring. I kept on like getting lost, but there's like a super incredible, like unforgettable little moment in that story where he gives this super slow, boring description of a door. And like, what's his name? Guillermo del Toro was going to do an adaptation of Call of Cthulhu, and I just think, I don't know how you could translate it to a visual medium, because he just talks about this door and he says the geometry was unworldly and my eyes couldn't understand the geometry, like the shapes didn't make sense, and I couldn't like, he couldn't tell how big the door was, he couldn't tell if the door was slanted away or towards him. And while they're walking towards the door, they couldn't tell if they were getting closer. And he goes on about this door, and like they don't know how big it is, they don't know how far it is, and they're starting to get unnerved by the geometry of the place being wrong. It's just wrong. And I just, And I was like, this is how you unnerve people. Like, that is. But then if you do that in a visual medium, you would just know how big the door is. You'd see the door. Like, you're not, like, fucking freaked out by, like, are they getting closer? Are you getting too close to the door? Is something going to come out of the door? Like, there's elements that you can keep in a visual medium, but that fucking confusion of, like, what the fuck does the door look like? Like, that's not there because you could just see the door and you'd have these, like, questions answered and you'd understand it immediately instead of being confused along with the characters and feeling that uncertainty along with the characters, and then you, because the description takes so long to physically read, you feel that gradualness of, you know, getting to the door. That effect, I think, is done better in video games, because at the end of a video game, if you have a thing and you remark on, you know, you can have a quest take a really long time, and people are willing to spend that on a video game, and so you can get this sort of, you know, when you meet a character from another game or from earlier in the game, and what separates you from that character is 80 hours of gameplay, and they say, and your character says, it's been a long time, and then the other guy's like, yeah, it has been, and like, it feels like a long time. It's been like weeks of you playing the game, which is, you can kind of do that with writing a little bit. I think video games are probably more optimal for that experience. Maybe. Although I doubted writing once and proved myself wrong, so. But it's funny how you could say something kind of simple, like the door was wrong. Like, the shape of the door was just wrong. It's not right. That's not how a door is. It's bad. It's a bad door. But just that simple language of the door was wrong, or the shape was wrong, the geometry. It's effective. But probably, I mean, Lovecraft's style would fall apart in a fight scene, whereas, like, Andrzej Sapkowski's... Wait, I just walked in a circle. Andrzej Sapkowski's, apparently that's how his name is pronounced. Someone told me that. I don't know if that's true, but it's Andrzej. It's like Andrzej. For years I called him Andrzej Sapkowski. I think the case of Charles Dexter Ward was the only other long story. Let me write that down. I got a bunch of recommendations. By the way, Adam Bartolom, I actually have a Post-it note that I wrote Gunbuster on. That's what, and then I put it on the wall because I was like, what the fuck is Gunbuster? I guess I'll figure that out later. And then it's like yeah. I thought it was something that I thought it was a note for one of my stories or something. It's like, what is Gunbuster? What was I trying to tell my future self? Charles Dexter Ward. My favorite Lovecraft story is definitely at the Mountains of Madness, but then my favorite short story is for sure The Statement of Randolph Carter. That's my favorite. I did a reading of that on my channel, but not that good at, like, reading stuff, so, you know, not like a voice actor or whatever. Charles Dexter Ward. Yeah. I think the door in Call of Cthulhu is way more memorable than Cthulhu. Yeah. It was a Picasso door. It. Yeah, that's a good word. It. Who wrote The Thing? Because that's a pretty good... Is that John Carpenter? I think it is. I gotta read some John Carpenter shit. That's another guy I have on my big-ass reading list. John Carpenter. I think John Carpenter's The Thing sounds right. But that was the guy who wrote Princess of Mars and whatever the other one was. No, his name isn't John Carpenter. That's the name of the character. What the fuck am I talking about? John Carpenter, right? Fuck is... No, there's a person named John Carpenter, filmmaker. God damn it. Who am I thinking? Who wrote Princess of Mars? Princess of Mars. Edgar Rice Burroughs. Oh god, I'm so stupid. Okay, well I gotta read that guy. I was really inspired by that John Carter. Got it. But John Carpenter is the guy okay. The door was the sanity we lost along the way. It sounds like an anime. Like sounds stupid. Is that hang on. Hang on. Hang on, let me where is that? Here we go. Let me yeah, that's good. I like Oh, I like that. Different cuts. You cut away from the door and then back to the door. Oh. Oh. You keep on cutting back to the door and there's always something wrong. You'd have to do it really subtly and it would have to be very significant too. I think what could really fuck with people is every time you change a shot, you change where everyone's standing. So you fuck with the continuity of how far everyone is standing from each other. And you always make sure that it stays just unstable. Oh, sorry. Yeah, I did ask who wrote the thing. It's John Carpenter, though, right? Let me see. The Thing. John Carpenter, yeah. I was getting it confused with John Carter. John Carter of Mars. I gotta read that. Not The Thing. Maybe The Thing. I don't really do any horror stuff, really. I feel like horror... Now, coming from someone who wrote a romance novel, I think romance and horror are both... Romance, horror, and comedy are all elements that a story should have. And they shouldn't be the only... They shouldn't be the focus. Like, I think horror movies... For me, tend to not, like, hold up super duper well. I like horror like Underworld, where it's like a sort of like a tone or a subgenre of like modern fantasy horror. You have like Harry Potter on like modern fantasy high, and then maybe horror is like modern fantasy horror or something. But like romance is always good as like an ingredient to a story, and comedy is always a good ingredient. And then like any video game that is big enough, you're going to have a scary section somewhere that is like spooky, like this battlefield in this area. Oh, he directed it. Got it. So John Carpenter directed it. It was written by John W. Campbell. Man, there are a fuck ton of John C's in this lore. Thank you.
You wanted to discuss something.
Fucking and sucking. Let's do it. Just so you know, Philippa Eilhart, I plan on boning your leashed
They will find you.
mage.
The aura of artifacts will lure them. Let them think sweet
Also,
impact.
fellas,
Then you'll know what
if you have magic that can make you look as beautiful as you want, would you settle for boobs that big?
the notice of the visitor's ghost.
This goes back to that like guy thing where it's like bigger's better. If I was a girl, I would definitely get. Now, girls and boob size is like an interesting question. I feel like I should poll more females to find my answer to this. You know what? I do want a pickaxe. I want to kill somebody with a pickaxe. There's no human enemies for me to kill with my various stupid weapons. I have a Look at all these great weapons I have. I have a scoop. I have an oar. A pickaxe now. Look at that pickaxe. I'm fucking ready to pick. I wish he would put the scoop on his back, but he puts it on his belt. Ready to fucking scoop the shit out of somebody. Ready to get scooped. Gonna ladle the fuck out of some people. Get out of my way. I want to steal your things from your nightstand. No. Come on. Scooch. Okay. Do I roll with the spoon in Skyrim? Every time you hear spooky, you can't help but think of the Asian woman that tried to sell us a horror game in an event. Don't know that story. Ooh, I like that too. Yeah, this is you gotta have some like artists to figure out the visual stuff. I couldn't even imagine what you could do to make that door fucked up, but that is true. One subtle thing you could do is green screen the door in so that the lighting is coming from a slightly wrong angle. Yeah. Listen. So Never, nice size but perfect and perky. You take a cool, attractive girl with smallish tits to a mag girl who's double D's. That's not even an option. Mag girl doesn't exist, right? If you're so in the Witcher lore, all the sorceresses and sorcerers can make themselves as attractive as they want, which makes total sense. If you have magic in a universe, that is the first thing people are going to want to do to themselves. That's what people do now. Of course you take magic and make yourself like super beautiful. But like I have never seen a more logical example of that. There was like some beat 'em up game that was exclusive to the PS3, and the female witch or whatever was one of the characters. She made herself have massive jiggling tits in her idle loop, huge jugs like swinging around, and people got real mad. Of course, classic free advertising, but excuse me. I remember thinking, yeah, that's exactly what you would do. Selkirk's armor? Armor kind of sucks. Looks pretty sexy though. It's the same skin as some other armor I've seen, but I like the colors more. I think Blasphemer's armor is actually just like super solid though. Looks nice. Very like basic, but black leather, so that's cool. I'm in. Alright, I'm gonna throw these knives so I can reduce my weight. Oh, it could be Dragon Crown. Let me look it up. But like, I think the lore of that character, at least according to my friend who played it, was that she was real. She used to be really ugly. Nah, it's not Dragon Crown. I don't think. Oh wait, here it is. Yeah. Dragon Crown. That's it. Doesn't look like a beat 'em up though. I see like health bars and stuff. I don't know. I had a friend play and he was telling me about the lore. Yeah. This bitch with the giant tits. Oh, you could move where the door hinges are? It didn't have hinges, though. I don't think. I think that would be too normal for the door. The other thing is, like, I don't think it was very clearly a door, but they were sure it was a door, and they were, like, scared with why they thought it was a door. I was recently, like, trying to remember some of the effects that Lovecraft used to make, because I wanted to make something kind of eerie and uncanny in the book I'm writing now. I did this a while ago, but I kind of called on some of that inspiration to try and make sure that it was like a little unsettling, this one part. Yeah, I've heard the back complaints too, but that is 100%. You know what? That's a good reminder. Color of Space. I gotta read that. Color Out of Space. The collection I got didn't have it. I don't think. Let me check. Lovecraft is such a good type of. Oh, is it not over there? Lucky one. Let's see. Yeah, I don't know. Lovecraft is so good on audiobook, so I prefer to listen to it on audiobook because get some extra reading done while I'm doing something sort of mindless, like cleaning or something. Color Out of Space, but I do need to read that. I heard that they did a movie or something, or they were going to. So the back complaints. I think the back complaints, like, you go to liberal arts school, you hear all these things about wow, women have stuff hard, right? But I think the back complaints being a reason for breast reduction is. Whoa, what the ball? Get out of here, Oathbreaker. I didn't fail shit. Think you can fail? Fucking not failing shit. Going back, do whatever this is. He's hard to start reading because the style is so different. No dialogue, almost no scenes, really. Huh. If you want to start reading Lovecraft, I would recommend At the Mountains of Madness. And if you want a good audiobook, fucking. Let me see. At the Mountains of Madness. What's this version? Edward Herman is the person who reads it, and I think he does a really good job. There's a plain girl in Dragon's Crown. Let's see. Oh yeah, there is. She pops up too. Oh, she still has a pretty face. Yeah, she's attractive. Oh my god, the thighs on that barbarian are fucking disgusting. Oh my god. Yeah, Lovecraft's perspective. Lovecraft writes from this very high-level perspective that's more like you being told the story rather than experiencing it. And yet, he can do a lot in that Whoop. Nope, that's quest fail land. We're not failing quests, boys. Oathbreaker's outfit. Find the diagrams and how all the items crafted. Let's do it. Gonna do it. Can get this done. From that perspective, he still gets a lot done. An impressive amount, I would say. Kind of wish he would try a close third story. I mean, he's dead, but, necromancy. Let's get it. But yeah, the whole back pains being a reason for breast reduction, that is 100% the difference between, men and women, where, I feel like there's a lot of variety there's different body types and, things that are attractive for... guys are into all sorts of different body types and stuff. Men have no fucking idea, and if you ask a girl what's attractive, they have no idea either. Take it from someone who is writing a romance novel and trying to ask girls what they find attractive, and them having no fucking idea. It is ridiculous. Ridiculous. Okay. Craft me an item. Diagram... Oath. No. Okay, hey. You buy some shit. Trade. Oathbreaker armor. God, that's expensive. Increases my maximum load, though. Some hoarding. Oathbreaker's trousers, Oathbreaker's boots, Oathbreaker's armor. What do I need? What is this? It's a piece of Draug armor. How am I supposed to get that? Draugr armor fragment. There's no way of getting that before. Am I just supposed to buy all the diagrams and then that keeps me from failing? I also need the diagram for Virgin, right? But I can't afford it. I gotta play some dice poker first. Yeah, I have no idea. The thing I've always heard was that women are attracted to status as more than looks. I don't know. What I would say, I think women are attracted to presence, which is a much more difficult thing to put into words. The feeling of being around somebody, built on like parts of their appearance, but also like their actions and stuff. I think the easiest way to have more impressive presence is to be tall. But it's also in how you stand and like how you talk. And it's super nebulous. So perfect for literature. But also, you know, a physical component makes for, you know, good description when you're trying to have a person look like a thing. Very frustrating to try and put together. Oh, you bitch. But anyway, there is no fucking dude on the planet who would get a surgery to reduce an attractive feature about himself in order to, like, relieve back pain. You can just, literally, if you have big fucking swinging honkers, you can just work out your back and it's not a problem. In fact, you may notice, you may notice that powerlifters tend to have big mams. Powerlifting girls, obviously. That's because doing deadlifts helps with the back muscles you need to support big old titties. So you get into it because you've got back pain from having big swinging, what do you call them? Melons. I believe that's a politically correct term. And then you just stick with it, right? Because you're good at it and you want to win and crush people. Three of a kind. Trash this guy. 3 5s? Looks like a magic spell's about to happen. Yeah, so confidence is important. That confidence and like your physical appearance does play into it quite a bit. So like, if you can't be tall, like I was joking about like my friend Ian before, but he has this thing where he wants to be so muscular he can't put his arms down, but actually having that extra width to your body, that does increase your presence, you know. What the fuck? What was it, closing time? What? Where'd he go? What? That fucking elf. I will just sit here for 24 hours until he returns. What's the matter now? You're not 7 feet tall and you're not so muscular you can't put your arms down? My friend is just kind of like a little comical in like how much he enjoys the idea of being like massive. I was joking before, Ian would totally fucking take the T-virus. I asked him if he would take the T-virus and he took a long time to say like, oh, it's a little dangerous. Like, you would take the T virus. And he's like, yeah, probably. And he's like, does it have all the side effects? He's like, you know the risks. You've seen the games, the movies. Would you take the T virus? And he's like, would I get to become massive like Nemesis? It's like, maybe. And he's like, yeah, I think I would take the T virus. My friend, his dream physique is to look like Broly from Dragon Ball Z. And Broly, if you remember, is quite a large boy. Yeah, Ian's so funny. He's like, yeah, no, he genuinely is like, my dream physique is Broly. Like he's said that before. I haven't seen him in a while, a really long time. I haven't seen him since before COVID, because he went away to get his PhD. He has it. I still haven't seen him though. And my friend saw him and he said, "Oh, he's actually really big now." And I was like, "Really?" I was like, "Don't show me a picture. I want to see him in person." And I want to, and like I talked to him on the phone. I was like, Connor was telling me you're actually like pretty fucking big, and he's like, "Yeah, I am." I was like, Ian, if you can fit through doors when I see you, I'm gonna be really disappointed. And he's like, "Don't worry, I'll." He's like, "I'll work hard." It's like, you better not be able to fit through doors. And it's like, yeah, no. God damn it, he's a 3. I have a 3 of a kind. He has 3 of a kind 5s. Fuck. Let's reroll everything. Go for it. Actually, no. Wait. Alright, let's calm down. I can get a 4 of a kind and then win, right? So let's do that. I just have to get one more 4. And I win. Unless you get something better than 4. I got no 4s. I fucked. I fucked. The Broly squatting ass meme as a PC background. He was telling me all these stories about the gym that he went to. I was telling people earlier that he went to an engineering school. He's a smart guy. And all the nerds in the gym were all like big into steroids. They were like, I'm going to use as much science as possible to become as massive as possible. Those other guys in the gym probably would also take the T virus. He was like describing, he was racking his weights, and his like music was off or whatever, and he could hear the headphones of the guy that was racking his weights next to him, and he was 100% positive that guy was listening to a compilation of screams from Dragon Ball Z. Just the screams cut out, like an edit of all the Dragon Ball Z's like screams, because he could swear he was positive he heard like Vegeta or whatever screaming from a particular scene. It wasn't, so that guy was working out not to music but to just Dragon Ball Z screams. And like all the nerds in that gym were all like on a, you know, what the best steroids science could offer them. 2 of a Why did he? That was quite the gamble he went for. I remember on a hilarious old internet video where someone puts a sticky note on the center of some bodybuilder's back and he's so buff he can't reach it. You know what though? If that was Ian, he'd be so happy. He'd be so happy he couldn't reach the post-it note. He'd be like so proud. He's like, it's impossible. I can't reach the post-it note. I'm so big. Like he was so he told me that he couldn't touch his sides with his arms. And he was so proud. And I was like, so like if you try, like not like at the resting, like I was like, you know, not at like resting, like you actually can't touch him. He's like, no, I've worked out so much it's impossible. It's like, I'm proud of you. Proud of you, Ian. Good job. Aww. One of my friends loves DBZ too, and Broly as well. He isn't in bodybuilding really, but that might be due to some physical issues when he was younger. Yeah. Yeah, I like Broly. I've liked Broly since I saw him in like character select and I was like, who the fuck is this? And then he like has a racer cannon and shit. I was like, whoa. I never saw the movie though, but the movie is like super funny. Like, the movie is so ridiculous. Like, just like in a vacuum, there's just like it's packed full of new metal. So like there's just like a scene where and all the music is tuned up way higher than the dialogue, so you can't hear anything they're saying. And like there'll just be like some scene where they're about to fight, and it's Dragon Ball Z, right? But for some reason this movie is like packed with like early 2000s new metal. So it's just like Goku and Broly are about to fight, and then it's just like, and it's just like so fucking goofy. Did I say? I didn't. I don't know if I said. Yeah, Ian's also a big exaggerator. So, oh, he actually I rolled bad, but so did he. I'll just re-roll everything and hope for the best. Fuck it. I got nothing worth keeping. Rock and cock and roll. 2 2s. That's it. Yeah. Figured. Oh yeah, there is a new Broly movie, isn't there? That was right before Vic Mignogna got like canned, right? It's crazy you can do both voices. I didn't realize it was one person doing both voices. And it's similar, but it is different voice from Edward Elric. It's cool that Vic Mignogna is starting his own animation studio too. Oh man, he has the same roles as me. It all comes down to this. Almost the same. He has one different dice. Let's see. All right, let's see. Did we tie? What? Oh, lucky bitch. The new Broly movie the one where they're flying and they go into the water and then they start flying through the rock? No, that was the one with Beerus. The first movie with Beerus where they fly through rock. It was so goofy and so perfect. So perfect Dragon Ball Z. Honestly, all those fights are like... It all started with the final fight from Fisted of the North Star. That scene at the end is just like one short scene, but it like seems like all the Dragon Ball Z fights have like stemmed from that. But yeah, 100%. 100% my friend would take the T-Virus. All the risks taken into account, he'd do it. He's a 3 of a kind on 5s. This bitch. Alright, let's just re-roll everything and hope I get something really good. YOLO. Oh, yeah. You don't consume English dub for obvious reasons? Yeah, I guess. Is there even a Spanish dub? Probably not. I mean, there's barely an English dub for stuff. The whole industry. I'm sure there's subs, though. There are weebs everywhere to translate. Even if they don't have the official ones. Probably even get better translations. Let's do basic bitch stuff. Oh, 3 of a kind. 3 of a kind on 5s. Let's get it. Alright. Love dice poker. It's the best. Yeah. Yeah, I find it I would find it very embarrassing to have my style feel derivative of something else. So I try to be like pretty mindful of like the inspiration that I take in like a literary sense. So I don't want to be like copying someone's style. I feel like when I explain my inspiration from like Sapkowski, it like comes off like that. And there's plenty of writers who talk about like copying someone else's style. Like a lot of people copy Hemingway when they start. But I never really did that. The other thing I find super cringy is people self-inserting themselves into stories. That is awful. And coming from a liberal arts school with really bad writing workshops, you have so many people writing themselves into stories, especially stories with traumatic events. And then it's like, you know, I'm still going to give them a critique. And it's like, you know, but I'm like, but the critique would be like, well, your character isn't very like sympathetic, and you don't really give us enough of a picture of what's going on. And then it's like, you know, they're writing about a traumatic event as like some form of therapy, but it's like, hey, listen, I'm not here for your therapy. I'm here to write good stories and get critiques. So, give. I don't even know how he beat me there. Spain Spanish, South America Spanish. Oh yeah, there are a bunch of like variants, aren't there? Interesting. I think some I go back and forth depending on the series, and like sometimes depending on like the episode even I'll like just change over to dub or sub. I used to think dubs are good. I used to prefer them, but now sometimes there's like more political wacky dacky in the dub or the sub, you know? Gotta beat his two of fives. Or get another two. Oh, there we go. Three of kind. Got him. I think like certain shows had a really, really good dub. Like Full Metal Alchemist had a good dub. Ghost in the Shell, Standalone Complex, good dub. But goddamn. He's a four of a kind? Fucked. I'll just hope I roll all fives. It's fucking rock and roll. Fuck. It's got me. Yeah, everybody, the self-insert thing is so annoying. Like, I was at a fair with Trisha selling books. And this woman's like, oh, it's a love story? Is this a story of you two? And it's like, no. I wrote a book. It's not just, I don't know, everyone's like, dumb. No, I didn't just like write a super like, flattering self-insert story. Obviously you take inspiration from like real life, because like that's what your reference to reality is, but none of this is worth keeping. Reroll everything. Balls to the wall. I would say Dragon Ball is the only dub for me, because the South America voices are so fucking iconic, and the Goku voice in particular is so much more manly than in Japanese. Yeah, Goku's voice in Dragon, oh god, it's so bad. Goku's Japanese voice is like an old woman. It is horrible. I can't stand it. I don't know what was going on with that decision, but that is the worst. Trisha hates it when there's a girl voicing young boys or like kids, or it's like yeah, it's just like they're trying to voice like a younger character, so they just use a girl voicing them, and to her it's like really obvious. And I've kind of always just internalized that it always sounds bad when a kid is talking. Like, it doesn't really sound like what it's supposed to be, but I've just never really like put much thought into it. I was just like, yeah, this kind of is bad, and that's whatever. Two threes. Nice. But yeah, I know people don't mean it like that, but like when people ask like, oh, is this like your self insert into a romance novel? I just like, in my head it just sounds like, oh, so are you a hack? Are you just terrible at writing? You're just like nothing redeemable? I always find it like so. I don't get mad or anything, but I just always find it like so like. Ugh. And like on the cover, the character looks nothing like me. Like, it's like this blonde, like, pretty boy. Got like a beard and long hair, and they're like, "Oh, is this you?" It's like, no. First, this woman asked like, "Is this her? Is this her?" And then I was like, "Ah, that's weird," because the guy on the cover looks nothing like me. And then she's like, "Is this you?" And it's just like, no, not blonde. Not since I was a kid. Yeah, the English dub of Goku's like pretty solid. Although apparently the guy who voices him is not very nice. He was involved in that whole Vic Mignogna thing. It's honestly tragic how many like of those voice actors that I really enjoyed were like super shitty in that situation. Guy who voiced Wesker was like a big shitlord. And like, I tried as hard as I could to find what the actual accusation was of, right? And then she eventually writes like a post explaining what happened, and what happened is that they kissed at some point. And it was just like, what the how is that? It's literally just like accusing someone of rape for like social media clout. It's just so weird. Because she just said like, I don't even know. She said like "me too," and then it was just like, draw. Fancy that. Up the stakes. Why is the pool empty if we have a draw? Two, three, four, five. Oh. Very unlikely, but maybe I can roll something. He has a high straight, so he wins no matter what. I think, unless I also get a high straight. I don't even know how I could beat that. Like a 5 of a kind or something. I think some people put yourself into your work way too seriously. Yeah. Yeah, and like some of my uncle was like saying, like I was talking to my uncle and he was like, oh, like check out this like true story. Maybe that would be a good thing to write a book about. And I was like, no, like what? It's like, do you know how many like random stories I got ready to go? It's like there's so much shit to write about. Why would I waste time writing about like true stories that don't even like I at some point I think I'll like pen down like some stories that happened to my like ancestors and my like grandfather and stuff. There's a couple interesting stories about like my grandfather. I don't know how interesting it is to other people, but story goes, I don't know. So I never met. I would pen some of these stories down into to whatever. Story goes. My grandfather on my father's side was an engineer. As I've said before, all of my ancestors are very smart, and I am a lowly writer. Just a different type of intelligence. I don't have the engineering grade. Not to like shit on like, the arts or whatever, but I just, and I used to feel worse about pursuing writing, but now that I've seen like how necessary it is for there to be some media that isn't like super woke, I don't feel like I'm wasting my time anymore. Cause like, there was even a guy that like helped land a thing on an asteroid, and then he was getting shit because his shirt had sexy bitches on it. It's like, all right, somebody needs to shut the fuck up. But anyway, he's an engineer, and he worked for American Can. So the story goes. He was an alcoholic, and he would drink, and he would leave his coat on his chair so that he could leave to go to the bar to drink, and people would see the coat on his chair and think, oh, he's just there, I see his coat, if anyone was looking for him. It was like that was his trick. He was very charismatic, very tricky, apparently. Every time someone asks Adam if it's a self-insert, he feels like they're asking if he writes DCYA novels. Yeah, true facts. Anyway, so he was a drinker, and there's a couple stories about that, I guess, but he worked at American Can, and three of a kind. Shit. My dad was working with some other company, some like collaboration between two companies, and he ran into this black guy, and he was like, Meisner, you're not Harry's kid, are you? And he was like, oh yeah, that was my my father's name. And then he was like, oh man, they screwed over Harry so bad. He's like, oh, you knew? He's like, he never heard of this guy. I never like met him before. And the story that guy told was that he went to the machine shop, and that guy was the guy who worked in the machine shop, and he had him machine a bunch of parts as like a prototype for a, I guess you have to go back a little bit further. Canned drinks. Initially, you would take a spike and stab the top in order to open them. That's why the other end of a bottle opener is that spike thing sometimes. That's what that's from. And then, after that, there was pop caps or whatever. And I believe it was those that they became like a huge like menace, right? Because you'd pop the top, and then you'd fling that little like tab at the top wherever. And so he made the first prototype. Like he designed that, and he made it. He showed the machine shop guy how to make it. And he's not on the patent, right? Like, all of his bosses are on the patent, but he's not for that original design. And the design has obviously changed. So it was a big menace because those things would be litter all over the place because he didn't have a mechanism to keep it from falling off the can. So it'd just be you'd just fall on the ground. And, you know, is an easy guy to take advantage of because he was constantly not, like, in the office. He was constantly, like, you know, drunk at the bar instead of working, like, playing hooky. Like, there was plenty of reason to fire him. And eventually they did fire him, but, you know, allegedly, according to this guy, and who knows. My dad does remember he had a board with all of his drafts on it, and he had a bunch of drafts of the design that would become the can design, and he always assumed that he was working with a group, and, like, kind of the group sort of came up with that design, and he just had pictures at home because he was working on trying to figure it out or something. But according to whatever guy, he apparently was the inventor and never got credit. But who knows if it's true? You're decent at writing, but you don't think you're too creative. Thinking about teaching or editing? Well, I would say editing is probably much more stable and lucrative. Once I'm done editing my book, I might go edit on Fiverr or something. The rate is pretty standard. It's like $4 per page for the most part on, like, a standard length of a page. If you're really good, you charge $8 a page, and some people charge like $6. But somewhere between $4 and $8 per page is like what editors will charge. And if someone hands you, like, you know, 30-page manuscript, it really just depends on how fast you can edit those pages. So, 'tis lucrative work. But, and if you're no good at creative writing, but you want to be writing, like, if you don't think you're creative and you want to be writing books, I would start emailing doctors and say, look up, what I would do if I wanted to get into that is do ghostwriting. So you look up medical case studies, or even better, you watch Chubby Emu videos until you find an interesting Chubby Emu video about an interesting case, and then you look up the actual case study, get some extra details that weren't in the video. You email the doctor who was involved, and you say, I read medical case studies in my spare time because I find them interesting, but I don't really understand, like, medicine, or you don't have to say that. You seem like a really interesting doctor, and I bet you have some really interesting stories. I'd like to write your autobiography as a ghostwriter. I'm a writer, and these are my rates. Or, you know, or I could take a cut of the finished product, or however kind of businessy stuff you want to put forward. But doctors tend to be pretty, like, have pretty big egos, as you have to if you're going to have that kind of responsibility over people's lives. So, you know, you could get yourself into a position of, let's get the diagram for Virgin. Get Oathbreaker's gauntlets too. And do I have the sword? Oh, I did. I made the sword. Ugh, excuse me. Okay, let's see. Hey, that's a dragon scale armor? What the fuck? For dragon scale armor, it's, I guess it is pretty good. Yeah, soon I want to get my friend into a call, and I'm gonna record him telling me a story that I was kind of around for, but like I heard the updates all along the way, but I wasn't like involved. It's a very good story. He was a conservative who plays lots of 4X games, like strategy games, and he was in a class, a government class that did a 4X game simulation to show how like government works. Let me like hard save here just in case something goes wrong with the quick saves. And he, you know, he destroyed the whole class. How do you do the Oathbreaker armor? Because I don't... You piece of shit game. I don't know how you could get the Draugr components for it. Like... Oh, the armor looks really nice too. So you can get the components for the Draugr if you kill them and then you just stand still and wait until you go out of combat and then quickly loot them, but it's so like it's so loot goblin-y, I didn't even like want to consider it. Yeah. Yes, that is going to be a fantastic story. It will come in several episodes, it'll be a saga. I'm so excited. I just can't wait to hear the story again. I just want to hear him tell me it again. And I think I'll have a like a role to play in the telling of the story, because I'll like keep him on track and like remind him of certain details and ask him questions about stuff so he doesn't forget stuff. I think I won't just be like being a story vampire. I'll actually like contribute to the story, because I even remember how people were like reacting at the time. I remember people pointing at him and like whispering stuff. So funny. God. So when you progress the main quest, you fail all your side quests you haven't finished. And this is a side quest I have not finished. But the side quest is to build this armor, right? So Oathbreaker's gauntlets. Components required: hardened leather, robust cloth, twine, amethyst dust. I can make that. But then Oathbreaker's armor requires not just the regular crafting components, but then it also requires one Draugr armor fragment. Draugrs are I think the mini boss guys you fight in the mist, but because you're always moving through the mist in that shifting like sphere thing, like you're always in that like ring, there's no time to exit combat to loot. You're always in combat through the mist. So I don't know how you would loot that. I'm thinking maybe someone has that as like loot in there. What is with this hat? Alright. Alright, Luffy over here. I wonder if he has a crafting component that's just like... No, he just has like regular stuff, so I don't know. Would you have magical stuff? Because you're magic-y? Like... Come on. She has troll tongue, so it's not like crazy, I guess. Well, I guess I'll go to the inn, get my components. See what I can do with this crafting. Your favorite thing was a skater bro who knew it was good for him? Yeah. So the it's not gonna really give too much away from the video to give you like the gist, but like yeah, as soon as he picked his group, like they were like, oh, get into groups, and if you don't have a group, we'll like find people or whatever. He found a group of like sports bros, and just like descended on them like I can't see my gesture, but like Batman, just like pounced on them, and was like, oh yeah, you guys want to work together? Yeah, because he knew they wouldn't give a shit, and he was like, all right, listen, boys, I do this. I play these kind of games for fun. Just give me all of your passwords, and I'll get us all A's. And he just took, like, there's a treasurer supposed to be, you have to consult with the treasurer, and you need the treasurer's permission for this. You need the secretary's permission for this. And he just took all those passwords, so he became the de facto dictator for all of his class's, quest thing. Alright, so let's see. Oathbreaker's armor is the one that I really want to craft. Let's try boots. What do we need for boots? Studded leather. Hardened leather. Essence of death. Robust cloth. Okay. Studded leather. All of it. What do we got? Only got one hardened leather. I can buy more once I play more dice poker. We need robust cloth. Take it all. So Oathbreaker's armor need. Diamond dust and twine. Alright, let's get some twine. Probably don't need 306 pounds of it, but you know. Another thing you can make a lot of money doing is if you have like a moderate degree, like a skill in English, is there are jobs for like my somebody I know got a job working at a law firm translating legal documents from broken English into English from like Chinese hires or whatever. Yeah. So there's different jobs like that that aren't quite like writing, but sort of, you know, adjusting stuff to be more in line with like the common English vernacular. Oh no, I need silver, which I don't think I have. Oh, I do. I only have 2 though. Alright, let's see. Oathbreaker's gauntlets. Increase my maximum load by 20. Twine, I need amethyst. The pants. What do we need? Hardened leather. Twine, got it. Harpy feathers. That's a curveball. For my pants? Oh, I need to put some feathers in my pants. Maybe I'm more like that guy than I thought. Okay. There's virgin. I assume I need silver because it's a silver sword. Oh, apparently I need iron too. I need timber. Wouldn't have thought of that. Let's grab some timber. See what I can craft. You need to go? Actually, I need to go too, because it is 4 a.m. I will get back to the thrilling action of crafting next time, but I will save by the crafting dude, so I remember. Have a great night, Matthew Atkinson. Do appreciate you hanging out. It has been a pleasure. Been a pleasure hanging out with all you guys. I do very much enjoy streaming to you folks. I gotta get back to editing and then get to sleep by like a semi-reasonable time so we can get off to the post office tomorrow. Got some orders. Trisha's got some orders to ship out. I got some soap to mail. Dad has a soap company. Get some ending soon thing. It's gonna be a proper ending streamer. And yeah. So thank you guys so much for hanging out. And I will catch you guys again tomorrow. I think I'm gonna try. I think I want to try and get into a routine of streaming like every day. Yeah. So again, thank you guys for hanging out, and I will catch you guys again soon.